Good morning, everyone. I go through my little routine here when I get situated. One thing that we can do is bring the Simon out.
Well, good morning, my friends. Woo. What did you think about yesterday's testimony? Beck's in the house. Beck said, wonder if she'll muster up some tears today. Well, I don't know about you all, but when I heard the FBI lady describing how they found Quentin, I just about lost my shit. Good morning, Tanya. By the way, we had a lot of support in this chat yesterday. A lot of super stickers, a lot of gifted memberships. And I was so, what's the word? Verklempt? Choking up? That I did not get a chance to thank you properly. So I will do it right now. Get on, OJ. Absolutely amazing show. I mean, and also you can say how long, you have been a member here. Look at this. Lisa Ross, she said, good morning, beautiful people. Well, how are you? Jerry made it back. Hello, Nani. Ruth Mims said, it seems to me where we left off yesterday, Billy Joe isn't far behind to be called to the stand. I was thinking that too, but she was in another chat saying she will not be testifying. Now imagine that. Imagine that. Why would she not be testifying? She had full custody, permanent guardianship of Quentin. Why on earth? Her of all people, why would she not be? Yeah, I know she wasn't there. Yeah, I know she wasn't in town. I get the whole 9 yards. But why would she not be testifying? Probably because the defense would try to pin it on her somehow. That she knew not to leave Quentin with Leilani. What do you all think about that? V. Oakley got it. She said he was legally her child. 100%. He was legally her child. Well, we have some new names in here. Come on. We all know the drill. We're going to tell everyone hi. Give some hugs, give some kisses, blow some kisses, and say, let's get ready for this. It seems to me that the state's going to be wrapping up their case soon. Because yesterday pretty much sealed the deal between the cell phone towers and the condition that they found Quentin in. When I heard that FBI agent, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful woman, use the word chunks, I just about lost it. I agree, Debbie. Epic fail by all for Quentin. Boston Moms is in. Here we go. Here we go. Mary Fletcher said, Brooks, I'm pretty sure they said the word immunity to Billy Joe.
All right, it appears that everybody is in place. We are on the record in the case of the state of Georgia versus Leilani Simon. And this is SPCR 22-03364J6. The state is present at council table. Miss Leilani Marie Simon is present with her counsel at her table. Good morning to you all. Is there anything that we need to take up before we bring in the jury? And I'll turn first to the state.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And to the defense.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please bring in the jury.
Jurors in sworn. Full pleasure.
All right. Thank you, Williams. Please.
Oh, Lazy got a new county shirt. Lisa Rosh said, have I missed some of the trial? I've missed some of the trial. Did Billy Joe testify yet? No. And according to her, she's not going to. But look at this. She's already changing up the wardrobe, my friends. Uh-oh, two Boston moms is already coming out the gate. I wonder if Sky is really Danny's. What if she is Red's, the dope man's? Yeah, she was trading a lot of poontang for those rugs. You never know with old Leilani. Even with those attorneys on each side of her that I guarantee their junk hasn't worked in a long time, they can sneeze on her and she can get pregnant again. V. Oakley said, I never thought of that. Tanya, look at this. Gifted 5 Crime Lines and Lies memberships. Who got one? I got to look on my phone to see this. Thank you so much, Tanya. You all keep this boat afloat. I certainly can't take credit for it.
Please have a seat. And good morning. Welcome back. We're going to launch right in. Of course, I have to ask you the question. Has anybody read any news media, observed any news media, watched any TV shows, just talked with anyone about the case, allowed anyone to talk with you about the case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And with that, then we are going to begin. I'll turn to the state.
State calls Joe Matz.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Step this way, please.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Joe Matz. I'm the division manager for Waste Pro.
And how do you spell your last name, sir?
It is MATZ.
What is Waste Pro?
Waste Pro is a solid waste hauling company. We pick up trash basically.
And you said you're a division manager or the division manager?
The division manager.
Which division?
My division is located in South Carolina, but we oversee parts of Georgia,
Where do you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
specifically Savannah and the surrounding areas.
And so where do you work on a day-to-day basis? Where's your office?
It's in Hardyville, South Carolina.
And you mentioned that you all service the Savannah area.
Yes, sir.
Tell me how that works. What is involved in being a solid waste hauling company?
Yeah, so obviously we have trash trucks that go out into the community on a daily basis from a residential aspect, from a commercial aspect, and then from a construction aspect. So we collect garbage at different, for example, residential homes, commercial businesses, and then construction sites.
What kind of different trucks do you all run?
So we have rear loaders, which are residential trucks where men are on the back of the truck. We have trucks called ASLs, which they're automated side loaders, which the arm comes out and picks up the trash. Then we have commercial trucks that basically go behind 7-Elevens. They pick up the bin, dump the bin, put the bin back down and go away. And then we have trucks that service construction sites. They're long boxes that we pick up and take to the landfill.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the days following October 5th, 2022. At some point you were contacted by Randall Noble of the Chatham County Police Department.
Yes, sir.
Prior to being contacted by him, had you heard anything of the disappearance of Quentin Simon?
No, sir.
Okay, so Randall Noble was the first you heard about this.
Yes, sir.
And did he ask you whether you could identify which Waste Pro truck had serviced the dumpsters at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza in Savannah on the morning of October 5th, 2022?
Yes, he did.
And were you able to tell him that information?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
So every day the drivers are assigned route sheets. And so we go into our database, look up Azalea Mobile Home Park, for example. It will tell us what driver, what route he is on that day.
And did Detective Noble also ask you whether you could tell him where that truck had gone after servicing the dumpsters at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to tell him that?
Yes, sir.
How were you able to tell him that?
Our trucks are equipped with GPS system. So basically any stop that they go to, we have what's called these little breadcrumbs from the GPS. So breadcrumb will, once we identify the truck, it will show us where the truck is at a specific time and then where it goes throughout the whole day.
Now, if you can do this from memory, I'll ask you. If not, we can just get right into the documents. Do you remember what truck it was that had serviced those dumpsters that morning?
Yes, sir.
What truck was it?
It was 3909.
And who was the driver of that truck?
The driver is Tawan Lee.
Chuan Lee,
Yes.
TWAN.
Yes, sir.
What type of truck was it that serviced those dumpsters?
It's a commercial truck.
By which you mean, you described the various types earlier. What do you mean by that exactly?
So the commercial trucks, again, they're the ones that pick up the smaller containers. The truck will dump it. At that time, once the truck services the equipment, the container gets put back in place. The driver will then compact the load, smashing its contents, and then moving forward to the next stop, or in this particular case, the landfill.
When you were describing how this particular truck works, you sort of extended your arms out in front of you. Are you referring to the front loading type that slides arms into the slots on the side of a dumpster and then lifts it up and back?
That is correct.
Okay. And you mentioned a compactor in the truck. Can you describe that?
Yeah, so all trash trucks have compactors in them, whether the residential or commercial. The reason for the compaction is obviously that from a productivity standpoint, we want to pick up as many stops as we can. So the trucks are operated through hydraulics. And once the trash is in the body of the truck, the compactor is pushed and then it pushes back and just condenses the load so that we're able to maximize the load.
Can you tell us anything about how powerful the compactor might have been in truck 3909? I understand you're a division manager, not an engineer, but I wonder if you know.
Well, the compaction ratio, quite honestly, I couldn't give you 120 pounds per square, foot or whatever per pressure, but it will smash everything in the unit, including wood, glass, whatever's in there will be smashed.
Okay. You've talked about being able to tell Detective Noble that it was truck 3909. It was driven by Twan Lee, and being able to tell him where that truck then went after servicing those dumpsters on the morning of October 5th at Azalea. I don't know whether I've asked you this. Where did that truck go after that?
It went to the landfill,
Which landfill would that be?
Superior Landfill.
Is that the one off Little Neck Road?
It is the one off Little Neck Road.
Okay. And what did it do there? Perhaps it's obvious, but I'll ask you.
Yeah, so when the trucks arrive at the landfill, they're scaled going in for the weight. And then as they go up to the landfill, they'll go up to the face of the landfill. They're directed to dump their load in a particular spot. Once that truck is empty, it will go back down. It's weighed out. We receive a ticket for the time and also how many tons were on that particular load.
Okay. And they get that by, I guess, subtracting the known weight of the truck from the weight of the truck and it entered with all the trash or something.
Correct.
Were you able to provide Detective Noble with any documentation of these things that you've been talking about, the route sheet and the GPS printout and so forth?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 65?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it is?
So this is his daily route sheet that he fills out prior to the start of the day and then at the end of the day.
Now, are these records that are created in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
And are they maintained in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that's why you were able to produce it for Detective Noble.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 65.
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 66?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
So that's our GPS tracking system with the breadcrumbs on it.
Is that also a document that's created and maintained in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 66.
No objection, Your Honor.
And may I publish these exhibits, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. Can you see the screen all right from where you're at?
Pretty much.
There's one.
Oh.
I don't know whether
I-
that one's better for you.
I can see that.
Do you mind, if you prefer to stay seated, let me know, but would you mind just stepping down and kind of walking us through these different entries on here and what they mean?
Sure. So again, this is just says that this is Route 405, indicating that that's Taiwan Lee's Wednesday route. Worker is Taiwan Lee here, role as the driver. Punch-in time is 1:33 a.m. in the morning. We start really early. We also note what time he left the yard. It's 1:45.
Is WP yard there? What does WPYD mean?
Waste pro yard.
All right, is that just like where the trucks sit when they're not being used?
It's the facility, yes.
Okay.
And then this is what time he arrives back at the facility. And then this is his punch-out time.
Okay. Let me move down and see what the next thing we want to talk about is, okay? this box here, these first two entries here where it says destination sup, does that refer to Superior Landfill?
It does.
Can you walk us through these two lines here?
Yeah, so again, it just pretty much tells what vehicle it is for the day, tells what kind of truck it is, the destination, obviously, Superior Landfill. If we were to go to any other landfill, it would be marked as such. The date, obviously, the material is commercial, not residential, like I spoke before. These are just the weights of the truck, the tonnage that was on the truck. And then these are arrival times to fill.
So how many times did this truck go to Superior Landfill that day?
So he went twice.
And what were the two times for those stops?
So the 6:25 in the morning left at 6:35, and then here at Superior at 10:12, and then 10:32.
Can we take from that simply that part of the way through his list of stops, the truck was full and needed to be emptied or something along those lines?
Right, correct. So he starts early in the morning. So
Okay.
by the time the landfill is open, he's full. So that explains the first one. The second one is we don't want to start off the following day with a loaded truck. So he may not go back with as many tons. And exactly in this particular case, he only had 4.37 tons on, but the truck needed to be emptied that day.
I see. Now, starting on top of page 2 here, is this just the list of places that he was servicing that day?
That is correct.
And are these in order from, first to last?
Yes.
I'd like to scroll down to the last entry. What does the last entry reflect on this route sheet?
That's the Azalea Mobile Home Park.
In the, this column quantity there, what does that refer to?
That refers to the number of containers there at a stop.
All right, so what does that 5 mean there then?
That means that there were 5 separate individual containers.
And that he serviced them all?
Yes.
Now, moving to States Exhibit 66, it's maybe a little hard to make out, at least it is for me from here, but can you just walk us through what this is?
Again, these are just basically the GPS system tracking the truck. So you can see where he's at his last stop, and then the breadcrumbs will just follow down to the landfill, and it tracks it over to the landfill.
Okay, so he's at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza at about 9:45 or so, and then is it the landfill sometime shortly thereafter?
Correct.
And at that point, if Quentin Simon was in those dumpsters,
Actually, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I'll just withdraw your
Okay.
honor. One moment, please. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may have a seat. Is there any cross-examination?
There it is, Judge. Thank you. Mr. Matz, how are you this morning, sir?
Doing well, sir.
I'm going to ask you, do you still have a copy of States Exhibit 65 in front of you? If you don't, I can provide you a copy.
I do, sir.
I was curious. There's a handwritten note on the top of that says 10-5, correct?
Yes, sir.
And down in the body next to the destination, but before the material in the middle of the page, it says July 6th, 2022. Well, what's the discrepancy here?
To be perfectly honest, I don't know what the 10.5 would be. I just know what the 10.6 would be.
All right. And okay, can I approach for a second?
Sure.
Sure. Can you show me the 10.6 that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
On the second page,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
All right. So which 10.6 are you referring to? I see a 7.6, but I don't see a 10.6 here.
It must have been a misprint.
All right. Is it safe to say that these are accurate records for July 6th of 2022 based on everything except for the handwritten note at the top?
No, what this could have been is when typically they put this into the system. So the Wednesday generation would be 7.6. But the actual date that they're operating off of, because the route sheets don't change. So when you put them in, they pretty much stay in the system. So this would tell me that this was entered in on 7.6, but not the route sheet for 7.6.
Yeah, but you've just testified that this was the route on 10.5, and that's not what your business records say. There's a serious discrepancy, don't you think?
Well, I think there's a discrepancy in basically the date that these were put into the system, but not the route sheet. This route sheet is particular for that day.
Okay, but not based upon the writing that's on your own records, though, correct?
That would appear so.
So let's go ahead and talk about the actual collection, the route itself, okay? So the route that this particular driver takes, how long has Mr. Lee been working for you at this point in time?
Mr. Lee had been working with us since about March or April of 4/22.
Okay, so March or April of 2022?
Yes.
So about 6 months. Is
Yes,
that a
sir.
fair estimate?
Yes, sir.
And let's just run through State's exhibit. The route starts at GSU, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, at least 11 pickups on the Georgia Southern campus, correct?
Yes.
And there can be, it looks to me, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, it looks to me like they're all single dumpsters with just one double dumpster pickup, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's on the south side of Savannah, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it looks like the next pickup is on Ogeechee Road. Is that correct?
What page are you on?
I'm on the, here, I'm on the page, top of page 3.
Right.
Okay.
Right here.
Yeah. So, and just out of curiosity, I mean, are these going in order, or is there a set route that would minimize use of gas?
Typically, they're in order, but the driver, depending on what's happening for the day, if there is an accident or some form of obstruction, he may have to veer off, pick up something different, but come right back to the route.
So at least based upon this, starts on the south side at Georgia Southern, goes over to Ogeechee Road. The next one, it looks like it's a, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Herstand Hall, which probably is a SCAD pickup, if I'm not mistaken, downtown, right? On Martin Luther King?
It doesn't indicate whether it's SCAD or not, but I'm assuming that's SCAD, yes.
I mean, I don't know either. I'm making that assumption just based on what it looks, but it's like there's 3 pickups there. Then it's Dollar General, Shop and Go, G&H, downtown, York Street, Petter Hall, I'm sorry, an apartment building, SCAD, Shop and Go, Atwell's, downtown, Checkers, a bank. then it goes out Abercorn. And I assume all of this is happening during the course of the night, correct?
Correct.
So it's a number of stops, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said it's a commercial truck. So again, my understanding is it has two of those big things that come out the front, forks, comes out, goes in, picks up, dumps it in the back, and then sets it down, pulls out, and goes to the next one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's the right equipment. So there were a number of stops. How many stops are in a normal route?
It varies from day to day. On this particular day, he had a total of 56 stops.
Okay. And it's 72 total containers
Yes, sir.
and over 500 total yards of trash, correct?
Correct.
And was this encompassing both sets of routes or just his one early route?
Both routes. I mean, both sets of it during the loads. If you're speaking load wise, it encompasses both loads.
Okay. And let's talk about the GPS route in the State's Exhibit 66. This is not the entire route. This is not the entire GPS history for the truck for this particular day, is it?
No, sir.
Okay. This is just it looks like a portion of it. And I can't make it out, but I'm going to assume it looks like it's just a portion going down a Geechee Road, then out a Geechee Road, then over to, it looks like the landfill, if I'm not mistaken. Does that seem like a good summation?
That is correct.
Okay. And it doesn't have any of these other routes that I just discussed.
No, sir.
But you're saying that this does, right?
Yeah, I mean, he would follow this route.
So there were how many stops on the Geechee Road that you're aware of or near a Geechee Road?
I'm not aware. I mean, I would have to look at his document and study it. I'm not familiar with every stop that every driver services.
And I assume that every place on a Geechee Road doesn't necessarily use y'all, does it?
That's correct.
There are other waste companies that service those areas, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And with regard to the dump, I assume you're not the only company that uses the dump either, are you?
No, sir.
I assume that, and I'll ask, how many dumps are there in Savannah for commercial waste?
The only one that we use is Superior. So I'm not sure in Savannah if there's any other landfills that some private companies operate.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, are there any other landfills?
In Savannah?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. So is it safe to say that pretty much all the commercial trash collected by all the different companies go to the same landfill and get deposited in the same place, to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Judge.
I'd like to ask you a couple questions, see if we can clarify this date thing, okay? In this block here, where we have notations about when this truck went to the landfill that day. The date typed in here is July 6, 2022, right?
Correct.
Okay. You said something on cross-examination about how that would have been the day that this route sheet was created, but then the route sheets don't change. Can you explain what you mean by that, just to make it as clear as we possibly can?
Yes. So we typically, and when I'm looking at this, what this probably tells me is that there was a reroute that took place. And so whoever was inputting that route, the total in totality on that route, put that into the system that day. But it will spit out every Wednesday the same route sheet that obviously is here.
And then the driver uses that existing route sheet, making notations with like a pen on it on future days, right?
Correct.
And this is the version that Tuan Lee used on October 5th.
Correct.
Okay. Let me just draw your attention to one thing in particular. In other words, well, let me ask you this. How many blanks does this route sheet have for stops at the landfill? I mean, not how many notations, but how many blanks are there?
For this particular
Yeah,
here?
Yeah.
Well, typically the drivers only pick up 2 loads. Very rarely that they would pick up 3, but there would be obviously room for 1 more if he took a load to the landfill.
okay. And in terms of when this route sheet says that he got to the landfill for the second time, what does it say there on October 5th?
It says that he got there at 10:12.
Now, going to state 66, if we compare that to the GPS printout from October 5th, what does that say?
It says 10:12.
All right, so those are in alignment, right?
Yes.
And this is the route that was used on October 5th of 2022.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I was just curious, Mr. Matz, since Mr. Dean was talking about what's in alignment and what's not. On State's Exhibit 65, oh, sorry, thought I had it turned on. On State's Exhibit 65, I was wondering, there are a lot of hand-marked things on it, but you said that you believe that the 7/6 date was input because there was some change to the route. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know what that change was?
Well, what I'm assuming is that, so
No, I mean, what I'm asking is if you particularly know. Do you know if there was a change or not, or are you just speculating?
I would be speculating.
And it's the same thing here. That whenever you're relying on these records from your computer at your office, okay, I'm going to assume you weren't riding with Mr. Lee that day, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So all you can do is rely on these records, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if there's any discrepancy or any issue or anything that's not correct in them, then you would be relying on faulty information, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you.
Anything further from this witness?
Tell me what you know, why do route sheets get changed? I mean, Mr. Hilliard got you to say that you would be speculating, but how long have you been in solid waste removal?
Since 19 BC,
So,
1976.
why does a route sheet get changed?
Typically, a route sheet may change. The route sheet doesn't change. What changes would be what we have an exception list. So, for example, if a stop would come on or come off, it would just be notated in the front of the route sheet.
Okay. In any case, this route sheet is the one that was printed out and used by hand on October 5th, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
to state, may call its next witness.
Denard Johnson.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Next. Step this way, please.
All right, good morning.
Morning, could you please introduce yourself to the jury, sir?
My name is Denard Johnson, and with Waste Management. I've been there over 23 years in the business.
And is Waste Management different from Waste Pro?
That's correct. We're considered WM.
What does WM do?
Before you go further, Mr. Johnson, will you spell your first name and last name?
It's Donard, Donnard, and last name Johnson, Johnnson.
All right, thank you.
It's Donard, not Denard.
Donard.
I need to apologize to you for mispronouncing your name for the past 2 years. Okay. What is your position at WM?
I'm the senior district manager for the coastal sites.
And what are your duties in that position?
I run the overall operation, environmental safety, compliance, and also the P&L.
Does that include oversight of landfill operations?
That's correct.
Does WM operate landfills?
Yes, sir.
How many landfills do you oversee in one capacity or another?
3.
And what are they?
One in Savannah, that's a Superior landfill, and 2 in Ridgeland, South Carolina.
All right. You mentioned that you've been with, you said you've been with Waste Management for a long, long time, or did you mean in the waste management field there?
So I worked for Waste Management in the early 2000s, and I departed 3 years and then went back to work for them.
Can you describe the positions you've held and how you've worked your way up in this industry over the years?
I started out as a heavy equipment operator. Then I worked my way up the rank as a site supervisor, operation manager, and district manager, and then a senior district manager.
And that's the position that you're in today, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in the operation of the Waste Management Superior landfill in Chatham County in November of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember meeting with me in my office maybe a month or 2 ago?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember me asking you for just kind of the basics of how landfills work?
Yes, sir.
Because I didn't really know anything about landfills. And do you remember referring me to a YouTube video produced by the company you work for, Waste Management?
Yes, sir.
You told me this is like 2 minutes and it'll kind of get you up to speed on landfills generally.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that because you didn't want to take an hour to walk me through it, or what?
Well, well, just everybody so you could really understand what a landfill consists of versus what they call a dump.
What's the difference between a landfill and a dump?
Well, a landfill is just highly engineered operation, and a dump is where you pull the waste off somewhere or in a hole.
Okay. Do you think if the jury were to watch that video, it would help them in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, sure.
Do you see in front of you a disc labeled as State's Exhibit 68?
Yes.
I'd like to open that up and just show you the first frame or two and see if you can tell us what that is. And I'm going to do this on the screen.
Finding a suitable site for a landfill can be.
All right, I'm pausing it just 4 seconds in. Is this the video that you referred me to?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this disc as State's Exhibit 68 and ask to publish it to the jury.
I don't have an objection, Judge.
Finding a suitable site for a landfill can be complex. Landfill operators will work with regulators to be sure the new facility is located in the right place. Some places, like properties near wetlands, will be carefully evaluated for any environmental concerns. Impacts on nearby traffic will be analyzed. The site will also be evaluated to understand the land, groundwater, and surface water in the vicinity. Community feedback is important to consider, and meeting environmental and land use standards are a must. Once the site is approved by the regulator, the first step is to follow permit plans for sound construction. The second step is to secure the base of the landfill to provide a stable base for the liner. A two-phase composite liner is installed on the base and sides of the landfill. Leachate, a natural occurrence when waste is in contact with water, is collected through a system of drains, pumps, pipes, and hoses that move leachate away from the landfill. The leachate collection system will act as an effective biological filter by removing excess moisture from the bottom of the landfill. A groundwater monitoring system is installed to ensure the landfill does not impact groundwater at the site. The monitoring system acts as an alert in case additional measures may be needed to protect neighboring properties. Groundwater quality is protected at all times. Access to the site is carefully controlled for safety, and waste is screened by appropriateness as required. The landfill is ready to receive waste that has not been recycled. Equipment compacts the waste each day before daily cover, soil or tarps, is placed to avoid potential littering and odor. Gas wells are installed to capture methane generated by the waste. Once full, the landfill is covered with a cover system approved by the regulator. Groundwater continues to be monitored, and methane gas is collected and destroyed or turned into energy or fuel. When the landfill stops accepting waste, regulators will approve its closure and will monitor its safety for 30 years or as required by the regulators. Then, controls will be put in place to keep the property secure for the future. The property surrounding the closed landfill can be used for commercial or industrial use. But commonly, the property is used for green space, suitable for recreation or habitat conservation. We strongly support wildlife habitat conservation at our landfills through our partnership with the Wildlife Habitat Council.
Now, with that little bit of background, let me ask you this: what happens when a solid waste removal truck, a garbage truck, shows up at the landfill with a load, and it's going to deposit that load at the landfill? Can you just walk us through it step by step, from the moment that truck turns in to, and we'll go specifically with Waste Management Superior Landfill in Chatham County. What happens?
So the truck enter the landfill through the main gate, proceed to the scales, which we call the gatehouse. The truck will get weighed in. Their weight will captured, and from there they proceed to the tipping floor, and that's the area they eject the waste and it gets processed.
What happens, let's go back to the scale. Truck comes in, goes to the scale to get weighed, right? And you're looking for the weight, the combined weight of the truck itself and the garbage on it, right?
That's correct.
Is there ever a circumstance where the truck just gets to bypass the scale initially?
No,
Okay. And then you said it goes to I think the tipping field, is that right?
tipping floor.
Tipping floor. What is the tipping floor in some more detail?
That's where the truck goes to eject the load and it gets processed.
And how does a truck eject the load? Does it depend on the type of truck or what?
Depend on the type of truck. Front end loader, they have a blade in the back where they push it out from the back, and same with a residential truck. A rolled off trucks, the bed will raise and the doors open and eject the load.
And you said at that point the trash gets processed, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Before we get into what that means, let me ask you, what happens with the truck from that point? Where does the truck go?
Once the truck ejects its load, it pulls back up out of the way and head back to the front gate.
And what happens at the front gate?
Certain trucks, their weight is stored in the system, so they don't have to weigh back out. They'll just exit the landfill.
What if the truck's weight is not stored in the system?
Then the truck will have to go back to the outbound scale and get weighed out.
And how do you calculate? Well, are trucks or solid waste removal companies charged like by the load?
By the ton, it gets calculated by the computer.
And how does the computer calculate it?
Weigh the in weight and the empty weight.
Okay, so weight of the truck with the trash minus weight of the empty truck gives you the total tonnage.
That's correct.
And you charge based off that.
That's correct.
Okay, so the truck's gone at this point, right? At the point that we're at.
That's correct.
Okay, let's go back to the trash at the tipping field and what it means for that trash to get processed. Can you tell us about that? What happens to the trash from there?
So we have a series of bulldozers that pushes the waste to the compactor, and the compactor has cleat wheels, and that spread the waste and pulverize the waste.
Is the place that the trash is pushed by the bulldozers, does it have any particular name that you refer to?
Landfill cell.
Okay. Tell me about landfill cells.
It's a general area that we put the waste in layers.
And do you use the same cell all the time?
Until it's up to the approved height.
And then what happens at that point?
Then it's closed out.
What is that? What does it mean to close out a cell?
Well, no more waste can be deposited in that area because it's at the approved elevation.
What do you do to close it out?
We apply dirt, 2 feet of dirt over that area and vegetate it.
What does it mean to vegetate it? You use
Plant
a lot
grass.
of technical terms. I'm going to keep hitting you with what does it mean?
Plant grass.
Okay, at that point, you're done with that cell.
Done with that area. That's correct.
About how big is a typical landfill cell? Maybe it varies too.
It varies.
To answer that, but
It could be 10 acres, 12 acres, or 13 acres.
okay. Now, how long will you use a particular cell for?
It also varies on the tonnage that comes in. More tonnage, then that cell generally gets filled quicker. Less tonnage, it opens a little bit longer. So around 3 years, the most.
Okay. And is the landfill big enough that it's you've allowed for multiple cells and you can kind of
Yes,
move around it and
yes,
use the place over the course of years.
that's correct.
Okay. You mentioned the bulldozer pushing the trash into the landfill cell and then it being compacted by, I think you said a compactor with cleated wheels.
Yes, so we use Caterpillar 836 compactors.
What is the importance of compaction in a landfill? Why
Um,
bother? Why not just,
Density, fit more in a small space. We sell airspace, so we have to compact and get good density so we could fit more in that area.
did you say something about there being regulations about how high you can
That's
have
correct.
trash in a cell? Okay. So is it fair to say that the tighter you can get that stuff compacted, the longer you can use that cell under the governing regulations?
That's correct.
These compactors that you described, do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 69?
Yes,
What is that?
that's a waste compactor.
Is it the type that you were describing?
That's correct.
Does it fairly and accurately depict that machine?
Yes,
And does it accurately capture the weight of that machine?
that's correct.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 69.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 69 is admitted.
All right, so this is the first page from the brochure for this machine, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and you said it's called a CAT 836.
Compactor.
All right, in this image, what is this CAT 836 doing?
Spreading and compacting the waste.
Is this, kind of a look at what that process looked like that you were describing?
Yes, sir.
All right. How much these things weigh for this brochure?
Some all depends on the wheel, 123,000 pounds or more.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you how many tons that is, because that would require you to do math on the spot. But fair to say they're heavy?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that's kind of the point?
That's the point.
You mentioned the rollers, the studded, or I think you said cleated rollers. Is that what you said?
Cleated wheels.
Do we see those in this image?
Yes, sir. Those spikes on the wheels.
Now, what are these wheels made out of?
Steel.
These are not rubber tires.
No, sir.
Okay. And what does that do to the trash?
It cuts up the trash, breaks it down.
And that's kind of what you're going for, right?
Right.
We heard something in that video about daily cover.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about daily cover? What does that mean?
So daily cover is soil that we have to apply to the waste after our shift is completed
At the end of the day?
at the end of the day.
Why do you do this?
Because we're regulated to do that because it helps with odor and wind blowing debris.
How much, so describe the process of applying the daily cover. What does this look like?
So we have a series of ADT trucks that haul the dirt, all the cover soil to the area, and the dozers spread the soil 6 to 8 inches thick
And this happens every day.
every day.
And you have to do it under law, right?
Yes, sir, regulated by the state.
And when is this being done, I guess, in the active cell that you're using at that
That's
time?
correct.
Okay. And in the course of doing this daily cover and spreading this 6 to 8 inches of dirt over the cell, is it fair to say that all the trash in that cell is being compacted once again?
That's correct.
What happens with the daily cover the next morning when you'll reopen?
We removed that daily cover.
And does that also require these compactors with the blade on the front?
The dozer will remove the daily cover.
Is that something different from the compactor?
That's correct.
Okay. Are those also pretty heavy?
Yes, between 50 or 60,000 pounds.
Okay. Now, in October of 2022, I think sometime around maybe the 7th or the 8th, did Detective Noble come out to the landfill and make contact with you?
Yes, sir.
And did he ask you whether you could tell him anything about Waste Pro Truck 3909 and where it would have deposited its garbage, its trash on the morning of October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
And were you able to provide him some records about Waste Pro Truck 3909 on that day?
Yes.
And were you able to tell him the general area that the garbage from that truck would have been deposited in the landfill on that day?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you the 2-page document marked as States Exhibit 67?
Yes.
Do you recognize those 2 documents?
Yes.
Can you tell us what they are?
So one is the scale ticket that we issue the driver once he come in and weigh in. And the other location is where we place the waste.
Yeah, approach for them. Right now, I'm just asking you about the 2 pages in 67. What are the 2 pages in States Exhibit 67?
These are the scale tickets.
Okay. How many are there?
2.
And are those scale tickets for Waste Pro Truck 3909 from
That's
October
correct.
5th, 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. So how many times did that truck come to Waste Management Superior Landfill that day?
2 times.
Are those documents created in the ordinary course of business at Waste Management?
Yes.
And are they stored and maintained in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And you were able to produce those for Detective Noble when he asked?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce these as States Exhibit 67.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, can you see this on the screen here? There's one right next to you.
Yes.
Can you walk us through the contents of this document and what it shows, just kind of starting from the top?
So it shows the company logo and the site name and address, and also shows the customer and the date, the account, and the vehicle number. And it also shows the time that the truck entered the scales.
And what time would that be?
6:24.
All right, so that's when it comes in, right, and gets
That's-
weighed?
That's when it comes in.
And what does that operator refer to? Is that the truck operator or the scale?
No, that's the
operator?
scale operator.
All right, someone named R. Bradley, I suppose?
That's correct.
Okay. What else are we seeing on here?
And the gross weight of the truck, the tear weight, and the net and the tonnage that the truck has on it.
All right, so would the gross weight there at the top be
Yeah.
the truck and the trash?
That's correct.
And the tear weight is the
Empty weight.
empty truck? And the net then is the total
Ton-
tonnage
tons,
of the trash? Okay. This is from that truck's early morning 6:25 drop off, right?
That's correct.
Now I see that the in and out times on there say the exact same thing, 6:25:47. Why is that?
That's because the weight is stored in the system, so we were able to print a ticket.
So this is one of those trucks where you had the weight stored that didn't have to stop at the scale empty on the way out.
That's correct.
So it all just kind of happens in one go when it first comes in.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, what does the driver's signature there say? If you can read it.
It's hard to make out.
Moving down to the second page, we could skip all the stuff at the top. Let me just ask you, this is also for 3909 up here?
That's correct.
Okay. And what was the time that this particular load came in on this truck and was weighed
10:12 a.m.
on October 5th, right?
That's correct.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 75?
That's correct.
Have you looked through that document, sir?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us what it is, if you recognize it?
That's the overall landfill footprint.
Okay. Do these images fairly and accurately depict waste management Superior landfill in Chatham County?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move this in as States Exhibit 75.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, in this first image, what is this major road running along the right side from bottom to top?
That looks like 95.
Okay. And then what is this road?
That's Little Neck Road.
All right, so Little Neck Road is the smaller road going over 95 there.
Yes, sir.
Can you, is this entire area here on the left side of the screen, is that Waste Management Superior landfill?
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on to slide 2. Do you mind stepping down and walking us through the different areas we're seeing here from right to left, from the entrance, moving over to the left?
This is the entrance. This is the shop area where we take care of our heavy equipment. This area right here is the gatehouse, the scale house is what we call it. And once the truck gets weighed in, it goes up to the working face area. Here's is our waste to energy plant we have on site. And this area here is our tipping floor area.
Okay, now, that tipping floor area, is that the tipping floor area that was being used on October 5th of 2022?
That's correct.
It is. Okay. When Detective Noble, when he came out there and asked you if you could identify where that truck would have tipped its load and where that load would have then been shoved to, you said you were able to do that, right?
Yes.
Did he ask you to do anything for him at that point?
He asked us to stop place.
Would you like to rephrase your question?
No, you're on. He's gonna relay a question that Detective Neville asked him. The question cannot be a statement offered for the truth of the matter. I mean, the question just can't be hearsay.
Given that over,
Did Detective Noble ask you to do anything?
Stop placing waste in that area.
Okay. And was he referring to the tipping area or that particular landfill cell that trash was being used for, or what?
The landfill cell.
Okay. And did you do that?
That's correct.
Did that have any impact on y'all's operations?
Yes, it did.
What did y'all have to do at that point?
We had to hire a subcontractor to move our tipping for location, and that was a cost to the company.
Did you have to open up a new landfill cell at that point?
We had an area that still needed some waste, and we're able to relocate to that area.
From that point forward, did you cease depositing trash in the area that you had identified to him?
That's correct.
Can you, on this third slide here, we've zoomed in a little bit. Can you just generally indicate to us where the tipping floor would have been on October 5th, 2022, and where the cell would have been, that things are being
So
pushed
the
to?
tipping floor would have been in this general area,
And that's a dark area
Yeah.
towards the bottom middle.
and the area we were placing waste was on the outside slope.
Okay. Can you tell us on this image, like the route that the truck would have taken? And I guess let me ask you this, is the truck going on this very obvious road along the top, or is
It
it
would
going
come
somewhere
up.
else?
It would come up through the top.
Okay, so it's coming up the road
Yeah.
on the bottom right.
Yep.
Tipping in this brownish area, and then this trash is getting shoved to this cell over here, right?
That's correct.
Now, you mentioned, I think you mentioned something about a slope or a hill.
Well, it's on the outer slope of the landfill.
This being a two-dimensional image, we can't really see a slope.
No,
What we're looking at here, but can you describe to us where, like, what the slope is, what direction it goes?
well, it's on the outer side, and we're designed to build 3-to-1 slope, so not a steep incline. So you could walk and put tractors on it to mow safely.
Okay. So is it fair to say then that there's, from the center of the image, there's sort of a slope down to this perimeter?
That's
road?
correct.
Okay. Were you involved to one degree or another in providing personnel and equipment for the search once law enforcement began the search?
Yes,
Can you tell us about the personnel and equipment that you all provided?
we provided 2 heavy equipment operator and equipment, and also my operation manager and equipment.
And what were they out there doing?
They were removing the waste and loading it, and moving the waste down on the area that they spread it out and search.
And about how long did your people participate in this effort for doing that?
Maybe around 7 days or so.
Did you all have to do this, provide personnel and equipment?
No.
Why did you do it?
Just because of the significance of what happened.
All told, do you have any idea how much money this costs Waste Management to have
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I don't know.
shift operations and then divert personnel and equipment to this effort?
Once we shift operation, it costs us between $70,000 and $80,000 to move the operation.
Were you present at Waste Management Superior Landfill the day that the searchers found equipment?
That's correct. I was in my office.
What do you remember about that day?
My operator called me and said,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sir, we just don't want you to repeat anything that someone else told you, because that would be hearsay.
At some point, did you get a call that caused you to go out there?
yes,
And were you relieved to hear that the search had been successful?
yes.
One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Ewing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Johnson, how are you?
I'm doing great, sir.
My name is Martin Hilliard. Hope you're having a good day. I just got some follow-up questions for you. Your exact title at Waste Management is what again?
Senior district manager.
So what's the district you're a manager of?
A coastal,
And which goes from where to where?
South Carolina and Georgia.
Okay. And is there 3 landfills in those
Yes.
areas?
2 in South Carolina and 1 in Georgia.
So those are what you manage?
Yes,
Those
sir.
3, correct, for the company? All right. And just out of curiosity, are there any other landfills in the Savannah area?
They're Republic Landfill.
Okay, and where's that located at?
I believe that's close by the airport.
Okay. And that's the only other competitor you have in the area?
That's correct.
And approximately, and we're talking about the Little Neck Road landfill that y'all have, correct?
Yes.
Approximately how many trucks come in and go out of there every day?
Some days could be 400 or 500 trucks per day.
And are there many, how many different commercial waste companies dump there?
A lot.
Okay. And when I say commercial waste companies, that's what I mean is people who are engaged in picking and removing waste. Can be for both businesses and private, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have both private businesses, private, I guess, residential waste removal companies that dump there?
Yes.
Do you have both, I guess, commercial, which would be like businesses?
Yes.
Okay, so you have basically both.
Yes.
Correct? All right. And is it fair to say that most of them have similar equipment?
Meaning?
A waste removal truck of some sort?
Well, some comes in a waste removal truck and some is your everyday pickup trucks with a dump trailer.
All right. So you do both, I guess, private?
Yes.
Private dumping as well?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume you charge for that as well?
That's correct.
So it's not just the big companies that come in and do it. Private
That's correct.
citizens come in and do it too.
Yes.
And anyone can come in and dump in that facility.
Yes, sir.
And it has both, I guess, residential garbage as well as commercial garbage.
That's correct.
And anytime I'm not stating the accurate, being inaccurate about your business, please correct me, okay? Now let's talk about, I guess it's the, what was it you called the area you're dumping in or dumping waste in?
It's a landfill cell.
A landfill cell. Okay. How many landfill cells do you have operating at one time in the dump?
Just one.
Okay. So with regard to that landfill cell that's operating, any and all trucks that come in there dump in that landfill cell, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What's the furthest away, if you know, what's the furthest away you have trucks coming in?
Just around the surrounding area.
Okay. So let's say as far away as surrounding counties, maybe?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, you're not like you're a private company engaged in the landfill business. So you don't turn people away just because they're from out of county, do you?
We just don't take out of state waste.
Right. So it's whatever waste you got's coming from Georgia, right?
Coming from Georgia. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. So you're using one landfill cell area at a time, correct?
That's correct.
And I assume from what I have heard you testify to, you use this landfill cell area, and you said it's 10 to 12 to 13 acres big.
That's correct.
All right. And everything that comes in gets dumped there.
That's correct.
And how long do you use that landfill cell for usually?
It all depends on the volume of the waste coming in. How much waste is coming in, then it will fill up quicker. If the volume decreases, it'll stay, that general area will stay a little bit longer.
In general, how long does it take you to move from one landfill cell to the next?
2 to 3 years.
Okay. So in this particular case, the landfill cell you were using, how long have y'all been using that one?
We've been using that area a little bit over 2 years.
Okay. So at that point in time, it was about a 2-year landfill cell, and you were having 400 to 500 trucks a day from the surrounding area dump in that landfill cell, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any other area you were dumping in the landfill at that point in time?
No, sir.
Okay. So, and the only other competitor you have in town is Republic near the airport, correct?
That's correct.
And if you don't know, you don't know. Does any private sanitation companies dump there?
Yes.
Okay. Which companies dump there?
So you have Waste Pro, Atlantic Waste, Pro Disposal. So we got quite a bit.
Okay. And when I say, do they dump residential waste as well as commercial waste?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and what's the difference between residential waste versus commercial waste?
Well, one's household garbage, and the other one is construction demolition debris.
Okay. So some of these companies are paid or engaged or contracted to go collect people's household waste, the garbage cans you see along the road, right?
Correct.
Okay. And and you said you know of at least 3 companies that do that and that dump in there, correct?
Yeah, and a lot more.
Okay. We'll just stick with what you know. Let's not speculate, okay? So you know of at least 3 companies. There probably are more, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said it was October 8th was when all waste in this particular landfill cell was stopped, correct?
October 7th.
October 7th?
That's correct.
So all of the waste that came in to your facility for the 5th, 6th, and 7th until it was stopped from Savannah and surrounding areas was dumped in this landfill cell, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Can you redirect?
When you were indicating to Detective Noble the area that truck 3909 would have deposited its load, or I guess where that load would have ultimately ended up after being moved from the tipping field.
Tipping floor.
Tipping floor. Were you indicating towards just like the entirety of the 10 to 12 acre
No.
landfill cell, or
No.
to a more precise area within it?
Yeah, it's just a more precise area.
About how big was that area that you were pointing out to him, if you could estimate?
Normally, we work in a 50 by 50 area.
Okay. And was Quentin ultimately found in that area?
That's correct.
Just to follow up, you're talking about the tipping floor. So again, the tipping floor, the big piece of equipment that we saw. When you're using the landfill cell and you have the tipping floor, I assume that compactor runs back and forth over the trash, compacting it, correct?
That's correct.
And it picks it up and moves it, correct?
Well, the dozers, well, everybody knows that bulldozers will take the waste to the compactor, and then the compactor spreads the waste and compact it.
Okay. So when you say the bulldozer, everyone knows this. Let's just assume I don't know anything about landfills. I don't know anything about how it works. Okay. So, but what we're saying is all the waste that gets dumped is compacted, dozed, moved, pushed, compacted. How many times does this happen?
Once the waste is pushed in that general area, it don't get moved, it's just get compacted.
Okay. And so when the waste gets dumped, it gets dozed, moved, pushed, compacted, and then that's, I guess you start doing what we call a daily
Cover.
cover. Okay. And every day you have to cover it, and every day you have to uncover it.
That's correct.
And once you uncover it, do you dump more and do that again?
That's correct.
All right. So you compact it, dose it, move it, cover it, uncover it. The next day, dump more, compact it, dose it, move it, cover it. Next day, uncover it, do the same thing again, and then stop, correct?
That's correct. Once we reach our general height.
Thank you.
Mr. Dean?
No question.
Thank you. And may this witness be released.
Yeah, sure. Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Johnson, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You are excused. And so, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, it's been about an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes. I think it's a good time for a short break. We're going to break for 15 minutes. Please don't discuss the case. Don't do any research, and we will see you back in 15.
Did anyone find it a little strange that they really want to pick apart waste management? Anyone? Because I thought it was insane that they did that. Real quick, before I forget, and you know I will, we were talking about holidays, talking about do it yourself. This is what Jinbug did. She has a cactus in her living room that she decorates for all holidays. Are you not loving this? Danny Dane said, trying to say he could have been picked up in another dumpster, more doubt, but it didn't work. Hello? I know, Danny Dane. You think the jury's not picking up on things like his remains were tested? Look at that. Jinbug says, hey, I'm here. Everybody, huge round of applause because I love it. She decorates this cactus for every holiday. I don't know which one I liked better last year. If I liked the Christmas cactus or the Valentine's cactus, but I'm a big red lover. I love the color red. So there's a lot of noise going on outside because I got some people over here doing some things. Look at this, Gin Bug. Hey everyone, thank you. I love my cactus tree. Hey Gin Bug, if you want me to take that cactus tree off your hands, I'm your girl. Okay? Don't want you having to dust it and do all the things you have to do with the cactus. I have no problem taking it off your hands. Walking Dead said, this one wins me for the Halloween cactus. Exactly. Angel P said, this witness is the best. And I agree. Now, I am going to go through bits and pieces of her testimony. My opinion is that when the judge suddenly shut down yesterday.
You there?
Yes, I'm working right now. Thank you. I'll be out in just a moment.
Okay.
When the judge instantly just shut everything down. Jinbug, call me. Jinbug says, Brooks, I have an extra one. Call me. Call me. Yeah, we've got some people here doing some things. They're cleaning out the gutters and stuff. Sir, do you want to be paid in dollars or pesos? I'll figure that out in a minute. All right, so let's go through some of the testimony from yesterday because it was extremely important.
November 18th. Okay.
Okay.
Were you involved in the coordination and supervision of the landfill search throughout?
Yes, I staffed all of the volunteers from Savannah and Brunswick. And as I mentioned earlier, I was present at least twice a day. If I didn't have administrative or investigative work on a given day, I was dressed out searching.
Now, we've heard some testimony to this point that suspected human remains were found there that day after some period of unsuccessful searching. Were you there at the outset of that discovery that day?
I was at the United States Attorney's Office facilitating an interview, and Brad called me and said that a skull had been found. And I immediately left the meeting at the U.S. Attorney's Office and quickly got to the landfill and was there for the rest of the day and the additional findings.
Can you describe what was going on when you got there? What was the scene like at the landfill?
Somber, but everyone.
Of course it was somber. My goodness. She flat out says they found him in chunks. My God. Jinbug's back on that cactus. It's artificial. Got it last year on Amazon. Hell, she's got him growing wild all over her yard. She's my Arizona girl.
I was looking very, very carefully. We knew we were looking for small pieces of a small child. And fortunately, the skull is more recognizable. And so we knew, we had believed that if we found one piece, all other pieces that we would find would be within 6 feet of the trash as it was compacted. So we knew that that was our day when we found him at the beginning of the day. And so we were, as you can imagine, there are a lot of bones in a landfill. And so we had to sort through chicken wings and T-bones and all of that to find what appeared to be human and separate those out. And that was throughout the day.
What do you remember about the period of time that passed from the first apparent item, I guess from the first apparent item of human remains being found and you getting that call from Brad to when y'all kind of stopped identifying suspected human remains that day. How long did that process of discovery take?
It took, I would estimate, around 5 to 6 hours. We finished the search from where the skull had been found, laid out more trash and searched that, and broke for lunch. That search section had been pushed over during lunch, but then we realized that there were more likely bones within it that appeared to be human. And so I asked them to pull the deck back, meaning the trash they pushed aside that we'd been through, they were able to pull it back with the bulldozer, and we researched that. And so after that, we did one more deck, maybe two, without finding anything, and that was the end of the day.
What do you mean by one more deck? Maybe two? What is that?
So the landfill had laid out a large open space that was flat. And we knew the pretty specific area where we expected to find Quentin, but trash as far as Statesboro was coming to our landfill. And so you imagine it compacted very quickly. So we had to dig through the compacted trash, pull out a reasonable amount to search at a time in a safe place. We had safety officers out because there's a lot that can cut you. And we didn't have an issue with noxious fumes, but that was also a concern. So we pull that out. The safety officers would look through the deck and make sure that the search team was cleared to go forward. And then we had these rakes, and you would rake through every little piece and open trash bags that were still open and work your way until you had discarded all of the trash behind you, and the group kind of converged in a circle and turned in the bones that we had collected or the items of interest that we weren't quite sure, just needed someone else to look at. Most of us carried a bag on our taped to ourselves so we could just drop the bones in and keep going when there was something like a skull, or on this day, a swath of skin or pieces that needed immediate attention. We would call someone forward. Since I was not a searcher that day, I would go onto the deck to get pieces to bring back to the evidence tent.
How far apart on the search deck were pieces of Quentin found from one another?
That's kind of hard to describe because he was strewn.
When she said that yesterday, I literally lost my lunch. Pieces. He was strewn. She said he was strewn. Strewn. Our girl Robin, and Robin, I want you to take care of yourself because you are a real life victim of crime. Okay? Hey, Snow, tell our girl Jinbug we got to get her to Denver next year for Crime Con.
Because he'd been strewn when he was compacted into his place of rest at the time. And then the bulldozer dug up chunks and laid out the deck, and then we spread them out. And so he was found across 2 or 3 decks, and the decks were, half a football field. So many searchers found different pieces of him, yes.
So if you do the math, 3 different decks, each of which is maybe a half of a football field, talking about like 1.5 football field area over which pieces of Quentin were found.
Once he was spread out, or once the decks were spread out, yes.
Do you see in front of you a binder marked as State's Exhibit? You see in front of you a binder?
I do.
Is it marked as a State's Exhibit?
It is. It's marked
What
as
is the number?
77.
Okay. Could you take a look through that and tell me if you recognize it? What's in there?
I do.
What are you looking at there?
I'm looking at evidence photos of human remains.
And are those the pieces of equipment that you were talking about being found that day?
They are.
Where, were these photographed before they were transported to the lab at Quantico?
They were.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the suspected remains of Quentin Simon as you viewed them that day?
They do.
And I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 77.
Subject to the publishing and, I guess, rules we talked about earlier, Judge, no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Yeah, 77 is admitted.
Thank you. I'd like to publish just a few, first of all, there's like 60-some pictures in there, right? I'd like to publish just a few of them and ask you a couple questions about them, okay?
Okay.
Can you flip to the first page in that binder?
Yes.
Is this it up on the screen here?
It is.
What does that appear to you to be, and what did it appear to you to be that day?
It appeared, it is the top half of a skull.
Sorry.
That's it.
Can you flip to the second image in this binder?
Yes.
What does this appear to you to be, and what did it appear to you to be that day?
When we found this and brought it to the tent, we weren't sure when we saw it from here. What I know now and can see is it is a severed foot, cut from the ankle, looking from the inside of the ankle down.
Can you see the ankle bones in this image, just to orient us?
Yes, to orient, this is the ankle bone where it was cut, and then you see almost a left toenail, and you can start seeing the shape of the foot from there.
Turning to the next page in the binder.
Yes.
What is this?
That is the same foot flipped over so you can clearly see the skin of the foot. This is his heel. And then you shake down to the tips of the toe bones through the 5. We had a huge poster of Quentin after bath time, dressed and barefooted on the top of the landfill to remember what we were looking for. And so we had been looking at his foot and his forehead for 5 weeks, and that is what we found. That is his foot.
And finally, the fourth image in the binder.
Yes.
What do you believe this to be?
I believe that it is a swath of skin going from the length of a body, of a toddler's body. So the shoulders come through the back and then down one leg. This was a piece that Officer Zerki passed to Kim Johnson, who passed to me as we carried out with tongs, because at the time it was hard to recognize, but we knew it stood out from everything else we had seen in the landfill.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about getting Quentin up to the FBI lab in Quantico. Okay? We've heard testimony from Special Agent Taylor Burns that he was responsible for initially transporting Quentin's remains from the landfill that day to the FBI office in Savannah. Does that align with your recollection?
Yes, we all met him at the office afterwards.
And he's described the packaging of Quentin into 4 different bags and placing him inside of a box.
Yes.
Were you involved in a further transport of Quentin to the FBI lab?
I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Starting from the beginning of the day, or just the logistics?
What happened from who took them from the FBI lab in Savannah to anywhere else?
So we arranged for private transport for Quentin. No one felt comfortable FedExing him or putting him on any other way. So I wrapped the box and drove him to Macon, where I met another agent who is on our fly team. And I handed Quentin to Agent Keys, who took him to Atlanta and kept him secure until the next day, where he flew him on an FBI aircraft to meet the lab in Virginia.
Is that how Quentin got to the FBI lab at Quantico?
It is.
Do you see in front of you 2 pictures stapled together and marked as states included? I think it should be 93, is that right?
92?
92. Okay. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What do those images show?
That is how I wrapped Quentin's box to transport him. And so the first image was what I could offer to the family when I gave a second death notification. And the second image is how he rode with me in our truck.
Do these images fairly and accurately depict the events that you've been talking about?
Yes, I took the second picture myself.
I offer this in a States Exhibit 92 now.
Minute without objection.
Publish the first image here. Can you describe to us what we're seeing here?
We had Scott Schumann and Jeff Allen were at the office with me for me to retrieve Quentin and to borrow Scott's work truck to drive him. We 3 of us had just a quiet time wrapping him appropriately, and we thought this would be a nice image to be able to give. It's what I gave to Leilani and Billy Joe when I told them we had found him in the landfill. But he is in that box. He's in the bags in the box, and we wrapped it in a black cloth and then the flag.
Moving on to the second image.
That is Quentin in my back seat, how he rode with me on the way to Macon.
One moment, please, Your Honor. What was the date that he that Quentin made it to the lab in Quantico? Do you remember?
On or around November 21st.
We talked a little bit earlier about the defendant telling you via text message on October 24, and then in an interview on October 31, that she actually hadn't driven to Azalea and had been dancing with her phone or something like that. Do you remember talking about that?
I do.
Did she eventually admit to you that that wasn't true?
Yes. That about Danny.
Yeah.
Yes.
And was that on November 21st in her final interview?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you at that time that what she had said about Danny on October 24th and October 31 was just a theory that she was throwing out there?
That's correct.
One moment, please.
I actually feel uncomfortable around too many white people. I find I'm bonding closer with the natives, the Alaska natives.
Really?
Yeah.
So, do you have a penchant for Native women who are homeless in crisis? It's been called the memory card murder. A brutal homicide found on a stolen cell phone. The victim dying on a hotel room floor. The killer mocking her in a distinctive accent.
Face the camera, bitch.
There's at one point blood coming from both sides of her mouth while the killer is sexually molesting her.
He wasn't sexually molesting her. He was poking his fingers on her boob. Okay.
Is that not sexual molestation?
In your
Okay, they are coming back in. Beck Carter said, why did Billy leave those babies with her? That is the question, my friends. That is the question that everybody wants to know. Everyone wants to know why Billy. And I did see something in chat. Someone said Billy has the children back. I'm just hearing too much about this. I'm hearing they're still in foster care. I'm hearing that Zane is with his grandfather in Florida. I'm hearing that Sky is with her grandmother in North Carolina. So I'm really not getting where Billy would have any right to custody when it was taken from her. Whist. So that's what BJ needs to explain in court. We need to know why she left them and didn't make sure they were being cared for. I do agree with this. I totally agree with this, but Billy's not on trial. Billy's not charged with anything. And I think they're going to be really rolling the dice if they put her on the stand. That's just my opinion, though. Okay? It's already a messy mess. I mean, and it is. Miss K said that is the $1 million question. I agree. All right, let's look at this real quick and discuss. Because I am not in the courtroom. I cannot see the jurors. But I am very concerned as to how the jury is absorbing all of this information. I really want to know. Jinbug said because she never wanted them either, she wanted all of them out. That's what she said. She filed that eviction paperwork. She did not want them. Just Me said she has enabled her whole life. Can they afford to chance it? That is the comment of the day. Can they afford to chance having her on the stand? We already heard Paul kind of dancing around the questions, saying things, kind of taken up for his sister, in my opinion, when he was asked about Leilani. He was mainly taking digs at Danny. But can they afford to chance it? Do they know what she would say?
Again here by Jonah Pine, a criminal defense attorney, to offer us some legal analysis here on day 6 of testimony in the murder trial of Leilani Simon. Now, that sound you just heard was from FBI Special Agent Solomon. She had mentioned a Mickey Mouse toy that Leilani Simon had previously reported as missing with Quentin. Now, that toy came up in photographic evidence today. Now, Jonah, what impact do you think this has on Leilani's credibility, and what do you think this does for the jury?
Don't do it, Haley. Don't throw Mickey Mouse into the middle of this thing. It's such a shame. I really don't know. But what I can say is that they're starting to have the appearance here of them heaping so many lies on top of lies on top of lies that it might result in the jury thinking, we don't care whether we have evidence of a blunt force trauma or an actual murder. We're so tired of hearing her lies. We want to know the truth. Let's just find her guilty anyway.
Now, the judge also ruled today on the addition of 2 witnesses to the witness list here. Now, one of those is Craig Weston. He's previously been referred to as Red. Now, prosecutors say this is the person who Leilani would purchase drugs from. Now, do you view this as a win for the prosecution, having them potentially testify in this case?
I'm under the impression that the defense never really cared if the information about the drug dealer was introduced in front of a jury. I don't think there's much of a dispute about her drug habit. And I don't know that there's really all that much significance about a sexual relationship between the two. But once.
Okay, let's talk about this. So, we all know Leilani is a liar. Joy Callie made it in. She said, hope all is well. Got to do a quick rewind. I'll be back. I think my husband wants to go to the Bass Pro Shop in Shreveport. Dang, you got a lot going on. Having sex with the rug dealer, do you believe, for the jury, remember, pretend you're on the jury, would that be the slam dunk? Like what? I'm going to make a new poll. What would convince you of Leilani's guilt or innocence? For me, just me, my opinion, as we're supposed to say, the forensics, the timeline, the cell phone pings, that rang all the bells for me. Now, don't get me wrong. I came into this with a very, very biased opinion because, we have been following this for 2 years. But if I was sitting on the jury and didn't know shit about shit with this case, the forensics would do it for me.
Once again, if the idea is to tarnish her character so much, well, in that sense, if a judge allows it in, they're saying that it's proving more than just prejudicing a jury. And maybe it's just one more reason for a jury to say, you know what, she's lying. She's lied all throughout. We've had enough. We're going to find her guilty, whether we have the evidence we want to hear or not.
Now, what do you think the impact is there, potentially extending the prosecution's case there as far as many witnesses that they're going to call to the stand?
Juries eventually will wear out. And I think it's very cumulative. I think they're heaping one thing after another, but that may have been strategy from the beginning. 14, 15 different counts in the indictment of dishonesty alone makes you figure they know exactly what they're doing here.
Now, today, there was also forensic evidence presented, photos of Quentin's remains once, actually prior to them being transported to Quantico for investigation. Now, there was some back and forth between the prosecution and the defense on presentation of the photos of these remains today. Initially, the prosecution wanted to put all of the images in a binder and give each juror their own individual binder. They ended up compromising on that and putting some on the projector and some printed images in the hands of jurors. But my question to you is, Jonah, I guess what's typical for presenting evidence like this, and does that really matter?
I think this is an interesting factor. This has to do with how a jury relates to evidence and the difference between holding a picture in your hand and looking at it individually and just shaking your head and saying, oh my God, this poor child. And the difference between that and having a bunch of people see just a couple of images on the screen. The general rule is that if it's prejudicial.
I hate the word prejudicial. Like you're really just trying to irk an emotion out of a jury. I can't stand that word. The facts are the facts. And I think they have been laid out very eloquently. Jean Ellen said, I believe she's guilty of tossing him, but did she take his life? If he was alive when she tossed him. Many are guilty. Love to hear what Zane saw at home. I was really curious about that too. Zane's a smart boy. He really is. But when the GBI agent last week said they couldn't get anything out of Zane, that tells me he didn't see anything. But I was really curious about that as well. Robin said the jury has already seen baby Q's bones and skull. You can't be more prejudicial than that. Yeah.
Looking at it individually and just shaking your head and saying, oh my God, this poor child. And the difference between that and having a bunch of people see just a couple of images on the screen. The general rule is that if its prejudicial effect outweighs its ability to prove anything, it shouldn't be admitted. And the fact of the matter is these remains, they don't demonstrate a manner of death. But the emotional reaction to holding it in your hands and looking at the pictures as opposed to just seeing a couple of images on the screen, I think there's a big difference between the two. And I think that the prosecution would have wanted them to have a closer look and relate to it more individually than they would just a picture on a screen.
All right, Jonah Pine, thank you so much for your time. And a reminder for our viewers, you can watch the...
Super important. Thank you for the reminder, Maria. Her going to the dumpster the time she went did it for and finding Quentin in the landfill. That's what did it for Maria. AC said, I thought the relationship was with Red's cousin, not himself. No, she was, no way. She had a lockjaw taking care of Red, okay? Her and old Red had a lot of stuff going on. Not saying that she didn't drop down for the cousin, but it's definitely Red. Okay, they're coming back in, my friends. Robin said, in my opinion, no one by Leilani has anything to do with baby Q's disappearance. That's my opinion as well. Another great question, Mermaid. How did she even have custody of Sky? We talked about this yesterday when she called the police on Billy in September of 2022. And said, I don't want any problems because I'm on probation. And the next day, Billy filed all that eviction nonsense. You can't evict your own minor children. And at the time, Quentin and Zane were 100% under the care of Billy. I agree with whoever said it in here yesterday. I can't remember. I apologize. That was because Leilani didn't want anyone to know she was living there. So since there's a police record, that was, by the way, was very damning. Very damning. When Paul said, she's always stealing money from my mom and buying drugs with it. Let's go through the timeline real quick while they're getting into court. Now, mind you, this is from 2 years ago.
And there is still no sign of a missing toddler. Quentin Simon was last seen on Wednesday morning. Law enforcement officers have scoured the area around his home with dogs, drones, by land, by air. WSAV's lead investigative reporter Brett Buffington has been following the story from day one. Tonight, he breaks down the timeline of the case.
At just 20 months old, Quentin Simon hasn't been seen for 60 hours. In those moments, we have told you a lot about the search to find him. But to tell you about the environment he was living in, we have to back up weeks. September.
Just weeks. I was so impressed by the way Brett Buffington put this together. We have to back up just a few weeks. Now, I have not put this on the screen yet. I probably should. Well, let's go through this and then we'll get to it.
September 7th, police were called to Quentin's grandparents' home, where Quentin, his mother, her boyfriend, 2 other children, and the grandparents live. There was a fight, this police report says, between Quentin's mom, Leilani Simon, and her mother, Billy Joe Howell. Leilani called the cops on her mom. When officers showed up, she told them she was on probation and didn't want trouble. We don't know what that probation is for. The report says when police officers talked with Leilani's brother, he told them that Quentin's mom had a history of stealing and used the money to buy drugs. A day later, September 8th, Billy Joe Howell wanted her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend out. She filed for eviction. According to the document, she didn't want any money. She just wanted her 22-year-old daughter, Leilani, her boyfriend, Daniel Youngkin.
Now, there's a lot of things that have been proven Billy told the truth about. But this agreement that she had with her daughter is not one of them. It's not. She said on another channel, I just wanted to light a fire under Leilani so she would act better. Why did she even participate in the custody of Zane and Quentin? And as it was going, she was probably going to get custody of Sky as well. Why did she even participate if all she was going to do is turn those children back over to Leilani? This is one of the catalysts right here. I'm going to read this to you on the screen. Give me a second because I have to pull it up on my phone. According to the court calculation, the father should be responsible for 50% of any unreimbursed medical expenses and the other items listed within OCGA. According to the court calculation, the mother shall be responsible for 50% of any unreimbursed medical expenses. Then it gets to this. Starting November 1st of 2022, Leilani was supposed to pay Billy $150 per month, as in current support for 2 children, starting on November 1st, and continuing until the children are each respective child retains age of 18. Okay. When there is /R only one, okay, because Cody was fighting to get custody of Zane. So when there's only one, Leilani, it's on the screen, was to pay Billy $100. Now, I'm not saying this is all about money. I'm not saying that. However, it all fits together.
And the 3 kids to leave quickly. Here's where the grandmother wrote it. They damaged her property, and no one is living in peace. September 16th, Leilani and Daniel found out about the eviction, but we now know as recently as last Wednesday, the 2 were still living here. That gets us to Wednesday, the morning little Quentin was last seen. At 5:29 a.m., babysitter Diana McCarta got a text message. She told us it was from Quentin's mom, saying Diana didn't have to watch the kids today. Police told us the boyfriend, who we now know is Daniel Youngkin, police say that's the last time Quentin was seen. 9 a.m., another text message to babysitter Diana, this time from a grandparent, asking if Diana had seen the toddler. The 911 call 42 minutes later at 9:42 a.m. The WSAV investigative unit has asked Chatham County Police for that call. So far, they haven't answered our request. We know from the family, Leilani told police that Quentin's father took the child. The family said that story didn't make sense. And by 2:30 that afternoon, police said the father wasn't involved. By Wednesday night, the effort to find Quentin involved the FBI, 2 helicopters, a drone, police on horses, tracking dogs, and officers going door to door. Thursday, we watched federal agents search dumpsters, ditches, drain pipes, and the woods. Brett Buffington, WSAV News 3, on your side.
Tables, Ms. Simon is present with her counsel. Ms. Parker, I've had an opportunity to review the motion for immunity, and I am signing the order granting use and derivative immunity. I'm going to hand it down to the clerk, both documents down to the clerk, so they may be filed in. And of course, that is regarding the witness, Weston, Craig Weston.
Copy of that for Mr. Bryan, it's signed and filed.
Yes. All right. So before we bring the jury out, let's talk about how we're going to proceed at this point. The state has made a motion to not broadcast or have recorded certain testimony. Mr. Dean, if you'll state the state's position on that.
So we're objecting to any recording, audio or video, and broadcasting of the testimony of Craig Weston and of Tim Weston, should he testify. We're objecting under OCGA 15.1.10.1, which sets forth the multifactorial test for granting or denying media requests. In particular, we are relying on the first two factors, the nature of the particular proceeding at issue, that proceeding being just his or their testimony, and the second factor, the consent or objection of the parties or witnesses. He has objected to us, and so we're relaying that to the court. Also, the sixth factor, the impact upon due process and the truth-finding function of the judicial proceeding. We think that, given his concerns about recording and broadcasting, we think that the truth-seeking function of this criminal trial will be furthered by not doing that in the case of him and Tim Weston should he testify.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard.
Your Honor, since we're just dealing with flat statements without any evidence to support them, my objection is the exact opposite of that. With the only two exceptions in the trial so far, one having to do with a minor child, which I think everyone agreed on, and the other one having to do with an agent who may or may not have testified that we didn't want to have their identity revealed for reasons, okay, that are enumerated, and again, not a great objection to. We don't have that here, okay? Mr. Weston is a civilian. He's not a minor. He's not under indictment. He's been granted use immunity. I'm sorry if the things that he's testifying about may be personally embarrassing to him, but I didn't call him as a witness, and the rules we've been playing under have been the same for everyone. I don't see, Mr. Dean baldly states, well, due process can be served by this. Well, I can baldly state that due process would not be served by it, and we're right back at the beginning of the analysis. So everyone in here has objected to the media coverage thus far, every opportunity we've been given. So I'm not saying this because I'm any great fan of having cameras in the courtroom, because I'm not, okay? I am saying this, though, that the rules that we've been playing by, every witness has had to come in here and testify so far, with only those two exceptions, have had to testify in front of the cameras. So I think Mr. Weston should have to as well. I'm sorry if he finds it embarrassing or he doesn't like it. But other than that, he has use immunity. So any potential legal ramifications are out the window at this point. So I think that that use immunity promotes due process and fairness more than anything. Other than that, we're just talking about his own personal embarrassment, and that's not one of the factors, Judge. So we object.
Mr. Dean, looking at considerations 1, 2, and 6, is there anything particularly about the nature of the particular proceeding at issue? What can you tell the court more about that and your objection?
This witness is likely going to be asked to touch on private sexual matters. It's one thing he is a private citizen. He is likely going to be asked to touch on private sexual matters. He's testifying under compulsion and under a grant of immunity, and might also be asked about perhaps about criminal activity for which he will never be tried, and will therefore never be vetted in a court. And that's this is the same reason that the federal government doesn't name unindicted co-conspirators in indictments, because unindicted co-conspirators are never going to get a trial and an opportunity to flesh out the truth or falsity of the allegations against them. There's sort of a parallel thing going on here with him. And as to, so I think that's enough factually to state that, and that goes to the nature of the proceedings. As to the objection issue, I mean, I'm just proffering and stating in my place as an officer of the court that he objects, and he objects strongly. He can,
and you've cleared up a question I had in my mind. So
may I say one more thing? I'm sorry.
You sure you
If not, that's fine. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I'll sit down.
What do you want to say, Mr. Dean?
I was just going to say that this idea that the court's decisions about recording or broadcasting the trial at large and the testimony of other witnesses, and that there ought to be some there's like a principle of consistency that ought to control here. Just seems to me to be totally at odds with the multifactorial, fact-specific, witness-specific tests set forth in the
Are you
code.
saying that's what the court has been doing?
No, that's what I took Mr. Hilliard to be urging the court to do, is to apply a uniform rule for all witnesses and all the subject matter of the trial. And I just don't think that's what the code section calls for.
Mr. Dean, I
Yes.
know you're about to go on, and
If
you
you
don't,
like.
you don't, you don't need to.
Okay.
You will,
All right.
you will, and I don't need you to.
I do have something to say about that. You asked about the nature of the proceeding, so this is kind of a different thing. He gave an answer to it. I'm going to see if I can summarize Mr. Dean's argument. We've hauled in a witness by compulsory process. We are offering this witness. We have given this witness immunity, and we've subpoenaed them into this murder trial. And now, because he feels some kind of way about being embarrassed, that we're going to change the rules for this witness, which is all what they've done. So I don't understand how you can create the problem, cement the problem, alleviate the problem with this particular witness, and then think that, you know, I'm the one who's objecting to it, and I'm the bad guy, because I think this guy should play by the same rules that every other person they've done the exact same thing to has had to play by the entire trial. I don't see there's anything unique about the nature of this particular proceeding. I don't see there's anything about this particular witness that makes it relevant or necessary to turn the cameras off. And I don't say that because I want them on. I don't. I say that because I don't see a reason to carve out an exception for Mr. Weston. He's not that special. And that's the reason why I'm objecting to it.
Rules are here to guide us, and 15-110 is here to guide us with regards to videotaping and televising and recording. I do think there is a balancing test. There are several conditions that are listed, things that the court should consider and hear from all parties. All situations are a little bit different. And in taking this case in particular, and the state's objection, I'm going to grant I'm not going to require Mr. Weston to testify with the cameras on. I think that Mr. Dean gave an argument for, one, the nature and particular proceeding at issue that helps satisfy the court. He also stated condition two, but condition 6 I find is very persuasive. The impact upon due process and the truth-finding function of the judicial proceeding. Given what the particular scenario is with this witness and some of the factors that play in, I am going to require that cameras not roll and that it not be recorded. Of course, the fact finders who are here will still be able to hear all of the evidence. They will be able to see him. And anyone who's in the courtroom will be able to hear from him. This is still an open courtroom, although in my discretion, I am not going to allow this witness testimony to be broadcast. Okay. And so with that, is there anything else that we need to take up before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
And you need Mr. Hilliard, you wanted a copy of the order?
I have it right here, Judge. I did want it to be certified, though, just so I could use it on Mr. Weston when the time comes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Bryant.
Yes, Grace.
Your Honor, is Mr. Weston the next witness so that we can be made aware of when he's going to testify?
What I anticipate is Detective Lemons. Detective Lemons is going to be called next, and then after her, after Detective, then Mr. Weston is going to be called. And I would ask that you cut the camera footage and recording at that time.
And just to clarify, that would be audio as well as video.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can we describe this testimony as reporters in
Yeah.
talking about what's happened in the day or no?
This is an open courtroom. We're just not recording and broadcasting that portion.
Thank you. Just to follow up, I don't mean to. All right, so we're allowed to quote him if we take direct quotes, that's fine?
Yes. All right. Please bring in the jury.
Jurors answer.
Thank you. All right, please have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. I think I said 15, but I think it grew into an hour. So I appreciate your patience. Honestly, we are not dancing and having a party while you guys are in the back. The work continues. I'm going to turn now to the state. You may call your next witness.
Marion Lemons.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue, so you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self
One more time for good measure.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you testified, feels like a long time ago now, about the defendant's October 5th interviews at Chatham County Police Headquarters, right?
Yes.
And over the course of that day, she disclosed 2 trips away from the residence on the night of October 4th, morning of October 5th.
Yes.
And on that day, what was the story as to the first trip, the earlier of the 2?
She described going to the Flacco's Tacos to meet up with a gentleman she knew as Red.
To do what?
To pay back a drug front.
Over time, I guess by October 12th, in the interview with Special Agent Snyder and Special Agent Solomon that we watched more recently in time, did that story change?
Yes, it did.
How did it change?
It moved from meeting Red for a drug front at the Flacco's Tacos into meeting Red/Craig on Arkwright to buy cocaine and Percocets.
What do you mean by Red/Craig?
She told the interviewers that Red is Craig in that interview.
Okay, same person.
Yes.
Okay. As early as October 5th, you had thumbed through her phone, right?
Yes.
And on that day, did you at some point, did you see messages in her phone between her and a contact saved as Craig?
Correct.
When do you remember first seeing those messages?
I believe I mentioned them on October 5th to her.
Okay. And did you ask her a question about Craig that day?
I did.
What was the question that you asked her?
I think I asked her specifically who is Craig.
Did you ask her whether there was anything going, what did she say to that, if you remember?
I believe she referred to him as an older white male that was not red.
And it was on the 12th that she said, actually, Craig and Red are the same person.
Yes.
And it's an African-American gentleman, right?
Yes.
Okay. On the 5th, you had seen messages between her and a contact saved as Craig, right? Day
Yes.
one. And did you ask her whether there was anything sexual going on between the two of them?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say about that?
I believe in that specific interview, I don't fully remember what she said.
Okay. At some point in the investigation, did she deny that though?
Yes, she did.
Okay. You later received a copy of her cell phone extraction, correct?
Yes.
And did you select and export from that cell phone extraction all of her communications with the contact saved as Craig?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you States Exhibit 91?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
So this is an extraction report of all communications and anything that has to do with the user she has saved as Craig.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 91.
No objection.
Submit it.
Now, does this exhibit show when she first saved Craig as a contact?
Yes, it does.
And what was that date?
On September 16th in 2022.
Okay, so that would have been how long before Quentin's disappearance? Like a little less than 3 weeks, maybe?
Correct.
Okay. In moving forward from that, is there a series of text message exchanges between the two of them leading up to October 4th?
Yes, text messages and phone calls.
And does this document include all of them?
Yes, it does.
Before we get into, reading individual ones and describing when they were sent and received and so forth, let me just ask you, can you kind of summarize what these communications show as far as what was going on with the two of them, between the two of them during, say, late September, early October?
So pretty much from when Leilani saved Craig into her phone, it appears that they began a sexual relationship and were scheduling meetups to meet and have sexual intercourse.
And where was it that they appear to be meeting?
At his place of residence.
And where is that?
Off of Arkwright.
Okay. On Arkwright Road?
Yes.
Off of Highway 204?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified earlier that you identified Craig as Craig Weston of Arkwright Road.
Yes.
Okay. Let me draw your attention to a few of these and have you talk us through them, okay?
Okay.
Can you go to line 7?
Yes.
So this thing is like, we've had some of these bubble style exports. This is a table style, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. It's just a different way of pushing text messages out of the Cellbrite extraction?
Yes.
Okay. Line 7. Can you walk us through this message, including like the date and time and who sent it to whom and what it says?
Okay. So again, these are only from Craig and Leilani. So this one's from Craig saying WRY, which is commonly known as Where Are You? On September 25th at 2:24 a.m.
All right. So middle of the night.
Yeah.
All right. Line 8, can you just kind of walk through these from that one through line 16?
Okay. So the previous message was at 2:24 a.m. The next one is from Leilani at 2:25 that says, I'm home on Buckhalter. At 2:25 from Craig, hello. 2:26 a.m. from Leilani, I can come back out there. At 2:38 a.m. from Leilani, on the way. And then at 2:46 a.m., Leilani sends a video message. This is a thumbnail of the video that she sent, and it appears to be of a trailer from inside of a vehicle.
Now, you've been to Arkwright Road
I have,
and you've seen the structures out there.
yes.
Does this appear to show that she was present there at that time?
I believe it's the back part of Arkwright.
Okay. And that was at 2:46.
Correct.
So it looks like she's there at that point.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to line 13.
So at 2:48 a.m., Craig says, okay, 1 minute. And then it skips to 5:55 p.m., so several hours later.
That would be like 13 hours later or something like
Yes.
that. Okay.
Craig asked, you okay today? You man here.
And how does she respond to that?
At 6:54 p.m., she says, yeah, I'm okay. He's on his BS today, and I don't feel like arguing. And then in response at 6:58 p.m., Craig says, okay, well, was thinking about you.
All right. So is that set of messages that we described, does that appear to be the first visit by the defendant to Craig that we see reflected in this set of messages, at least?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like to go forward to line 62 on page 5.
Okay.
And if you could just do the same thing for 62 through 76, go nice and slow with the times and everything.
Okay. So this is on September 26th at 11:59 p.m. from Leilani. On the way now, be there in about 12 to 14 minutes. At 12:04 a.m., Craig initiates a phone call and they speak for 53 seconds. At 12:05 a.m., Craig says, okay. At 12:06 a.m., Craig says, okay, I'm in back to my camper. Stay close to your left. My dog gonna try eat your car, but he won.
And the next one?
At 12:16 a.m., Craig says hello.
Anyone think a girl deserves a raise? Just having to listen to all these texts, having to read them in open court, looking at them. You know, these dudes smelled nothing but desperation and Vagisil. That's all they knew. I mean, honestly, you could see that thing coming from a mile away. Yeah, I'm going to have a friend of mine drop me off at your house in North Carolina. Not long after, oh, we're having a baby. We're having a baby. And now this woman, who has more degrees than a thermometer, is having to read this shit. Yeah, Britt. So could hear her coming too. Oh no. Next thing you know, we're going to get like one of those Jody Sue things where she goes, oh, but I mean, I just wasn't really getting mine, you know. I just wasn't really getting mine. Danny only liked it from the side. Red let me get on top, but then I would get tired, so I'd have to curl over and bend over the desk. Sick bitch.
At 12:16 a.m., Leilani says, okay, I'm passing Quaco now. At 12:17 a.m., Leilani initiates a phone call for 19 seconds with Craig. And then at...
Actually, I changed it. Real Rockin' Robin said Vagisil. I'm going with Monistat, okay? Full on suppositories. Because you drop enough loads in one trailer. Someone has to pressure wash that bitch.
At 12:21 a.m., Craig says door open. Then skipping to 1:22 a.m., the previous was at 12:21. Leilani says, I'm home. I loved those hugs.
I'm home. I love those hugs.
Yep.
All right. So based on when she said she was passing Quaco Road on the way there, and when she says, I'm home, I love those hugs, roughly how long does it appear that she spent at Craig's place that night?
Roughly 45 minutes.
Okay. Moving on to line 41, when is this message sent in relation to the last one we just read?
Yep. So the last one was at 1:22, where she's saying, I'm home. I loved those hugs. The following message is from Craig at 1:26 a.m. And it says, okay, not more than I did. I was about to grab that kitty one time.
What does she say to that?
In response, at 1:26, she said, LMFAO, you most definitely could have, exclamation point. And then at
do you think people generally know what LMFAO means?
It's laugh my fucking ass off, in case you didn't.
No. All right. 73, what's that? What does that one say?
73 is at 1:29 a.m. from Craig. Shit, I sure wanted to, like I see how it looked, FR.
Try that one again, sorry. Read it slowly.
Yeah.
And before you do that, what date are we on?
9:27.
Early morning hours of September 27th. Okay, go ahead with 73.
Yep. 73 at 1:29 a.m. Shit, I sure wanted to, like to see how it looked, FR.
What does FR mean?
For real.
Okay. How does the defendant respond to that in line 74?
So 74 at 1:36 a.m. is a response from Leilani sending a video message to Craig of herself masturbating.
75.
75 is at 1:38. So after the video message, Craig says, damn, you just made me hard as fuck. Thank you.
And 76.
76 is at 1:39 a.m. from Leilani. Well, shit, I'm glad I did.
Moving on to 117. And this will be the last set that I'll ask you to read, okay? If you could take us through 117 through 131. Stop at 131, okay?
Okay. So it's on October 1st at 12:24 a.m. is the first message from Leilani. Dealing with Danny flipping his shit. As soon as I can leave here, I'll let you know. Craig responds at 12:34 a.m. K. And then at 1:14 a.m. from Craig, if you can't come out, it's okay. At 1.
You know why he said if you can't come out, it's okay? Because he didn't want no more of that. He was done with it. And Leilani was out and about. She would complain to Facebook. Don't you love the people that love to bitch to the internet? Tell you what, could you just imagine getting tossed to the curb by your drug dealer? No, if you can't come by, it's really okay. I've had enough of that. This booty call has turned into an itch I can't get rid of. Can't do it. But when she would complain on Facebook about damn Danny, and I have to find a pleasant way to put this. Again, we need Jody Sue in here to decipher. Anyone that has followed the Summer Wells case, you will know that Jody Sue gets very sexually deprived during Shark Week. Okay, she does. That's when old Andy wouldn't give her the goods. All right? Disgusting, disgusting. Well, our girl here Leilani always had, I got to figure out how to say it without YouTube coming down for me. Down is the word. That's the word I'm looking for. When old Danny wasn't all about the South, if you know what I mean, on Leilani. Well, who wants to lick, stick, and smell around on that thing knowing your drug dealer's been messing with it? I mean, come on. It's raining in here. Thank you, Amy in Boston. Imagine trading ass with your drug dealer. Not in my America. No way. That's the lowest of the low. No way. We don't switch holes with our drug dealer. Got to have some class, don't we?
1:15 a.m. from Leilani. I'm about to head that way. Just probably can only stay for a couple hours, though. Is that okay? Then at 1:22 a.m.
No. The rug salesman doesn't need a couple of hours with Leilani, okay? He is so Coca-Cola'd out and everything like that, he could probably bust one in 20 seconds. He doesn't need 2 hours. Listen, ladies, there was no chocolate strawberries in here. There was no candles. Nobody was watching the goddamn Notebook. There was no champagne. The minute old Leilani pulled into that gravel driveway, like Wanda from In Living Color used to say, she was good to go.
Leilani says, heading to the car now. At 1:22 a.m., Leilani says, be there in about 20. At 1:25 a.m., Craig says, well, you want to park at rideshare.
What is rideshare?
It's
Oh, fuck your ride share. Britt, they cuddled though or hugged, whatever she just said. You really think old Leilani went out to the 204 to get her feet rubbed by Red? Who, by the way, talk about the easiest lay in the world. He got immunity from it. The poor girl's probably blushing. Britt said it mattered to her, though, Brooks. Oh, yeah. Well, she's getting hugs right now from Big Bertha. She got that braid in her hair yesterday. She has a lot of stuff going on. Sharing that one razor, that one sliver of soap in the jail shower. Yeah. Yeah, she got a lot going on. She got more love than she could ever imagine. She was complaining about Danny not going south of the border. Well, she got a mouth full of it now.
pretty much just like an empty parking lot about a quarter mile from Arkwright. It's commonly known in that area as the rideshare.
Okay, go ahead.
At 1:26 a.m., Leilani says, yeah, I will. At 1:56 a.m., Leilani says, just pulled into the rideshare. At 2 a.m., they have a 2-second conversation over the phone. At 2 a.m., Craig says 2 min, which is 2 minutes. And then at 2:01, Leilani says, okay.
All right, so per those messages, it looks like by shortly after 2 a.m. they would have been together then?
Yes.
Okay. And the next message, 129?
So that one is at 3:23 a.m. The previous was at 2:01. Craig's
almost like an hour and a half has passed or so.
Yes,
Okay.
more than an hour. That was good as fuck. I'll take that anytime. FRI, no, I made you come for a long time.
That was from Craig to the defendant.
Yes.
All right, the next message.
That one's at 3:56 a.m. from Leilani. I would be down to do that again anytime.
131.
At 3:56 a.m., Leilani says, and yes, you did for a good ass min. And then the following message is at 11:59 p.m.
So how much time has passed at this point?
Well over 12 hours.
Okay, so this is like the next night.
Yes.
Okay.
What is the date?
It is 10:1. So at 11:59, Craig says, you okay? On 10:2 at 9:02 a.m., Leilani says, yes, I'm okay. She then responds, about to drive over there actually. At 9:46 a.m., Craig responds, damn, you was tired, or I got rid of a lot of your stress. At 9:46, Craig said,
Dear God, and look at this. This has ruined Real Rockin' Robin's leftovers. She can't even eat meatballs now. Gotta be kidding me. Tanya, are you okay? Yeah, how rough did we get with the rug salesman? I would like to know what was going on. The hell? Are you okay? Lazy could be running through a cornfield and drop a baby. That thing between her legs is like a Michelin tire, okay? It's like a Timex. It can take a licking and keep on ticking. You have got to be kidding me. I think we need something a little spiritual for a minute. Holy shit. Mermaid is going to be very, very jealous. Real Rockin' Robin has purchased 2 boxes of wine for this. I say we send complimentary box wine to this GBI agent. Come on, woman to woman. She deserves it. Look at her face on the screen. Now, my friends, that's not her O face. That's her really face. Look at this. Look at her face. She's just like, yeah. I had to read all this shit. You have got to be kidding me. She's getting rugged, drugged, and not 69'd by the rug salesman. Look at her face. Like, really?
Moving on to 117. And this will be the last set that I'll ask you to read, okay? If you could take us through 117 through 131. Stop at 131, okay?
okay. So it's on October 1st at 12:24 a.m. is the first message from Leilani. Dealing with Danny flipping his shit. As soon as I can leave here, I'll let you know. Craig responds at 12:34 a.m. K. And then at 1:14 a.m. from Craig, if you can't come out, it's okay. At 1:15 a.m. from Leilani, I'm about to head that way, just probably can only stay for a couple hours though. Is that okay? Then at 1:22 a.m., Leilani says, heading to the car now. At 1:22 a.m., Leilani says, be there in about 20. At 1:25 a.m., Craig says, well, you want to park at rideshare.
What is rideshare?
It's pretty much just like an empty parking lot, about a quarter mile from.
Well, Leilani's an empty parking lot until she finds her a man. That's all she is an empty parking lot. And I love how she has to give him her every movement. Every friggin' movement. I'm getting in the car now. Well, no shit. Didn't think you were going to hike. Didn't think you were flying. Didn't think you had the helicopter handy. I'm getting in the car now. Danny's starting his shit. And look at her sitting there. Not the GBI agent, but Leilani. Like, yeah, that's right. That's right. I got tapped more than a Home Depot time card. Damn right. I just tell my man, look, I'm in the car now. You better get my business ready.
From Arkwright. It's commonly known in that area as the rideshare.
Okay, go ahead.
At 1:26 a.m., Leilani says, yeah, I will. At 1:56 a.m., Leilani says, just pulled into the rideshare. At 2 a.m., they have a 2-second conversation over the phone. At 2 a.m., Craig says 2 min, which is 2 minutes. And then at 2:01, Leilani says, okay.
All right, so per those messages, it looks like by shortly after 2 a.m. they would have been together then?
Yes.
Okay. And the next message, 129?
So that one is at 3:23 a.m. The previous was at 2:01. Craig's
almost like an hour and a half has passed or so.
Yes,
Okay.
more than an hour. That was good as fuck. I'll take that anytime. FRI, no, I made you come for a long time.
That was from Craig to the defendant.
Yes.
All right, the next message.
That one's at 3:56 a.m. from Leilani. I would be down to do that again anytime.
131.
At 3:56 a.m., Leilani says, and yes, you did for a good ass min. And then the following message is at 11:59 p.m.
So how much time has passed at this point?
Well over 12 hours.
Okay, so this is like the next night.
Yes.
Okay.
What is the date now?
It is 10:01. So at 11:59, Craig says, you okay? On 10:02 at 9:02 a.m., Leilani says, yes, I'm okay. She then responds, about to drive over there actually. At 9:46 a.m., Craig responds, damn, you was tired, or I got rid of a lot of your stress. At 9:46, Craig says, LOL. At 9:47, Leilani says, a lot of stress was released. I need that sleep. At 9:54 a.m., Craig says, that's good shit. I was ready for round 2 last night, but it's okay. You needed that rest. You look well rested.
And then 140.
And then 140 is at 9:57 a.m. from Leilani. I'm still wiping the crust from my eyes.
All right. So these seem to show that over the week leading up to Quentin's disappearance that the defendant was getting male attention from Craig like 3-4 times, something like that.
It would appear so, yes.
One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions.
Mr. Hilliard?
I do have a few about State's Exhibit 91, Judge. Detective Lemons, let's talk about the text messages you didn't mention. Okay. I'll start on page 1. So the contact for Craig was added on September 16th, correct?
Yes.
That's the first time that this appears anywhere in here to the best of your knowledge or in mine, correct?
Yes.
Right. Did you see anything to this number prior to that?
No.
Okay. So On the first page, instant message 6. If you would, did Mr. Dean ask you to read that one?
No, he didn't.
Okay. What does that one say? And who's it from and who's it to?
On 9:25 at 2:23 a.m., Leilani says, I needed a 50, but no one was there.
What is a 50 commonly referred to as? Is that a drug slang?
I believe it's just a number.
I needed a 50, but no one was there?
I don't know what she was intending there. I mean, I can assume it's drug lingo, but what exactly it is, I don't know.
Okay. Well, you seem to know what WRY meant, correct?
Yes,
And you're currently stationed at C&T, correct?
I am.
Okay. So, using your experience and your knowledge as an agent over at the counter narcotics team, when someone says they need a 50, what are they commonly referring to?
Transaction asked and answered.
I'm going to allow Mr. Hilliard his line of questioning.
Yep. So my understanding is almost everyone has their own drug knowledge. Usually when I don't know something, I'll ask one of the other agents there. So right now I don't know what she's referring to.
All right. So let's move on then. Look at let me go back and just start from the beginning with this. On page 3, line 26, who is that from and who is that to? And what does it say?
It is from Craig to Leilani, and it says, I'm going to be your first black guy, not that it matters.
And that was on September 26th.
Yes.
And at that point in time, that seems to imply at least that they had not done anything, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and let's look at number 42, September 26th. Who's that from and who's that to and what time is that?
You said 42?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That one's from Leilani. Y'all got perks or anything like that?
What do you think was meant by perks?
Percocet.
And number 43, what was the reply?
From Craig, no, I'll check around.
Okay. And number 52 at the bottom right there. Who's that from and who's that to?
That one is from Leilani to Craig.
And what's that asking for?
You got a half of tree.
And what is that referring to?
Believe that's marijuana.
Okay. And the instant message that y'all are referring to was, I believe Mr. Dean asked you about where it looks like, I guess they met at the ride share. What day was that again? think it was October 1st, if I'm not mistaken. And does that seem to be when there was some sort of activity between the two of them?
Yes.
And on I think it's the last page, but I'm not mistaken. All right, here we go. It's like number 143 at the top of the last page. Who is that from and who is that to?
That is from Leilani to Craig.
And what's that saying on October 2nd?
About to head over there and grab his ass a 40 so he'll shut up.
And that's to Craig, correct?
Yes.
All right. And on October 3rd at 3:30, who is that from and who is that to?
Which line?
Number 147.
That one is from Leilani to Craig.
And what does that one say?
Just sent 30 Danny coming in for it.
That's all the questions I have with regard to this exhibit, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hilliard. Any redirect?
So she's not just sleeping with him, he's also involved in supplying her drugs.
Correct.
Isn't that exactly what we've been saying?
Yes.
We've talked about the number of meetups that you can clearly see in these text messages and how long they seem to have lasted, right?
Yes.
On the night of October 4th, the night that we're concerned with your, was there any text message set up?
No.
Was there any text message communications with them at all?
No.
Between them at all, I should say?
No.
And how long did the GPS data establish that she was there for that night?
10 minutes.
And how does that?
Okay, hang on. I apologize, Karen Sue said, Brooks, are you behind? They are on lunch for an hour now. Well, they're actually been on lunch for about 6 minutes, but we have been dissecting and discussing. We've had a lot of stuff going on, Karen. You have missed it. We've had a lot of, we're solving shit over here, Karen. So we're really not behind. And actually, I have a big treat for you guys today during the lunch hour.
Related link to the previous visits that we've talked about.
I think this shortest one is 45 for their meetups.
So much shorter.
Yes.
No further questions. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Boon, you may take your seat once again. The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Craig Weston.
Okay, and at this point, this is where video
Woo. Okay. So they're on a break, and this chat has me in stitches. You ever get like belly laughs to the point where you're like, I'm either going to piss or shit? Because you all are cracking me up. Well, we know who's coming up, and it's the drug dealer. Sorry, rug. So I'm going to put on some music to get us ready for Leilani's boo to show up. And by the way, none of this is funny. But if we cannot find some light in it, and there's not a lot of light shining, we're going to get extremely dark, depressed. You need a cool breeze when you open up her knees, 'cause she drove all the way to the 204. Some of it rhymed. I have to interrupt for a second because I'm doing my DJ stuff. Several people have told me that Sarah Boon is on the stand. Now, yesterday was very confusing with having two platforms working. I had a long talk with our girl, Just Me, this morning. Pink Phoenix, I should make a t-shirt out of that. Miss Rideshare. Reminds me of like that Avis Rent-A-Car commercial. You know, cheapest rides on the road. That's Leilani. So yes, Sarah Boon is taking the stand. I kind of believe that Quentin might be, or actually I'm just going to say it, is way more important than what Sarah got going on. You have to weigh it out. We have a 20-month-old baby, and then we have what Sarah and Jorge were doing. Wow. Karen Sue said, is anyone else worried that she's going to walk? That's a very good question. But while we're killing time, let's check out what Sella is doing on the other side.
My grandmother passed away after my mother died.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah. Do you remember the date?
It happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be,
Sustained. Just answer the question if you can, Miss Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
A little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay.
I had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me. And just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things. And 1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met, and then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
So eventually the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian,
Yes.
and then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
Yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Water Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes.
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home, and I needed to find somewhere to live. And
So did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes.
So you did have consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement,
For the most part, yes.
but you needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic, make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. And so I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No, I would consider us a couple.
Okay.
At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up.
Multiple times.
Okay. All right. So again, on again, off again.
Yes. This was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
He had asked me yes a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right. So tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach.
Objection's overruled for now.
Now, Ms. Boon, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up over the course of the day. So, do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning. What y'all did that morning. What you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs. February. So you would have gotten up. Y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right. Tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs and I went downstairs and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
All right. What do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes.
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3 o'clock.
Okay. So you would have been responsible to pick him up and he would be spending a night with you that night?
Yes.
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean?
Yes.
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes.
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would it have taken y'all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
Yes.
All right. So at some point, y'all finished your chores, right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
Yes.
All right. What was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
All right. Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
Yes.
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No.
Okay. So y'all bought a bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
My car.
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know at sometimes y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes. There was a AutoZone convenience store with in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome or complex. And it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate, and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
Okay. But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish, and how did you took your car?
Yes.
Did George have a vehicle?
We did not.
And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card?
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Well, did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2.
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Tess is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume as well, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
All right. Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say y'all don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home? Y'all weren't going out for dinner or?
Yes, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming. We both were looking for a job and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning. And
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the job that he had was very unstable. And at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So y'all came in, and then did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes. I believe it was after it was right before I believe that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His 2 daughters are located in Pennsylvania.
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right. Does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And where does his son live?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
Okay. So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. The first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe he did. It was just for a moment.
All right. Now, whose phone we are using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a phone, so it would either be lost or given to him by his mother, so I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Yes,
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone?
yes,
Videotapes,
yes,
text messages,
yes.
phone call?
Yes, he and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well?
Yes,
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
yes,
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
yes.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John,
And how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm gonna list them if that's okay.
Okay.
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
Okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes,
Are they close by?
as far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes,
They live here as well?
yes,
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
yes,
Okay. So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
Okay. And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over and it was going to be, get ready for the evening, for the day. What do you want for dinner? You know, do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing? And that was my understanding. And
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking.
For what?
Cigarettes.
Okay. And you learned obviously that he came back and you learned that he'd used your vehicle
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card
yes,
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
correct.
And you saw the Publix video of that.
Yes,
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
it was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second bottle with him?
Yes.
Okay. So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but.
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George, and I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
Every piece was finished, or was it?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
All right. After the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art. And with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember. As a child,
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
Okay. And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home. And then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and, paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
Okay. Now with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh, yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Was there some dancing going on with the dogs?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and I guess we're painted out, I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
Okay. And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room, and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off the that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you. Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course, yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head on the couch, that would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
Your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs. You have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
Okay. So you were hiding?
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Did you wait?
Yes, for quite some time.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room, what did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes,
Whose suitcase was it?
this is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right, and I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
since we had moved in.
Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were gonna donate that to Goodwill or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were gonna donate it and a bunch of things that you're gonna put inside of it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there?
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How big is George?
George was my height. And
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right. So because of his thinness, is that how? And he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay. So he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay. When you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what happened.
I mean, I just I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right. So what happened then?
From there, it was just, we were laughing about it. And it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of, couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
Okay. So he had got in there to hide and he pulled the top
Yes,
on top of it, but you could tell he was in there.
yes,
You saw him right away.
yes,
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up? Did
yes.
you? And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
I just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes.
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now, eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
Missed something?
Well, the suitcase had, from me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in, but at some point you flip it over so the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around that it ended up kind of flopping. So
It was upside down.
yes,
So after you did that, what did you do?
that's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the, I guess the gist in it for him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not have.
Yes.
But you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember a videotape?
I do not.
So, from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
It did.
Why did you say all that?
Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
All right, I'm talking about just the 2-minute video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then explain that to the jury? You mentioned, you talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that, or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right, well, I understand that. Okay, I understand that. But would it be fair to say that you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Okay. Now, at some point, you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video that was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay, go ahead, tell me.
And it got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase. Trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase.
Yes.
And you went to the suitcase.
Yes.
And shook it.
Yes.
Did that force his hand?
Okay. The question remains, if he could get his hand out of the suitcase, obviously, how could he not get out? If the hand was out of the suitcase, then they're easy to unzip. And the question is, like Beck Carter says, could she not open the suitcase? You're talking about a grown man in a suitcase. He was hyperventilating. He was low on oxygen. They brought up yesterday about the baseball bat. Different injuries to his head. But if your hand is outside, you can push that suitcase open. You would have to have a lot of wine. I mean, a lot. From Walgreens or Publix. to get in that frame of mind.
Hand to go back in.
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table, right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split second reaction that I had, I happened to see that and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a youth bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
Is this bat you use?
Yes.
And you said you poked him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here and then
So the grip here,
brought it at it, yes.
you grabbed it with both hands here,
Yes,
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
You made those injuries.
I did,
We've seen the photographs.
yes,
We see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
yes.
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
Yes, finally, he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking?
Absolutely. Split second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing. He wasn't threatening. His hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
and we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, "Sarah."
yes.
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has two zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line?
Correct.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room Was between zipper to zipper.
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No.
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
Yes.
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
No. At all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
When he's Did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And what did they go?
On the bed.
Did you have your phone with you?
Yes,
I know at some point you called your husband Brian, did you not?
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
Okay. Mr. Sarah, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening her, threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
But he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what? The threat you heard was he's
going to
say the word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Judge, can we approach your bench?
Yes.
Well, she didn't remember all of this in the interrogation. She went to sleep terrified? Terrified. Scared to the bone. Okay, look, I don't want to be picking on old poor Sarah. However, if you are terrified and you are coming out of your skin with fear to the point that the dude that's in the suitcase could bust out any minute and kill you, how do you go to sleep? Anyone in here scared of storms? Scared of what's going to happen when a storm's going on? You watch a scary movie and you're like, oh my gosh, it gave me nightmares. How do you go to sleep? You got something on your mind? We're talking about her life here. So for her to say she had a ball bat and he had his hand sticking out, then why did she take the video? I'm not saying she did this intentional. I think she had enough Walgreens wine and had enough of his bullshit. And she's a very, she considers herself to be a very entitled person. That's how she is. You hear how she talks to people. She commands people. She doesn't ask. She doesn't request. She's just constantly barking orders. Like yesterday, she's telling her attorneys where to sit. How do you go to sleep if you're terrified for your life? I don't know. Never been in that situation.
All right, members of the jury, it is 2:14. I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in time outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, similar instruction that I've given you. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
There it is.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, you can proceed with any argument at this point in time.
Judge, I believe that's pretty close to what we already knew from the deposition testimony, from the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs, and before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over, and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing. It's all fun and games still. And then she zips it, and it's still fun and games, and everybody's laughing. And then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything. And that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds. During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is, Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe. He is demonstrating under the law that he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor. There was no overt act to justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend. She then goes on to say that during this period of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And according to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused.
Let's talk about this. Laverne said he wasn't a threat in the suitcase. How could he be? I heard the word proffer. What does that have to do with? Because I'm looking about who got a proffer, and I don't know what that is related to. I have no idea. Pink Kelly said she's just evil. She's just evil. All right, we are back with Quentin. We will come back to this later. Mark my words. Why is Leilani smiling?
All right, very good. Right, please have a seat. Welcome back from lunch. So, was everyone able to comply with my instructions not to discuss the case, not to research the case?
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. So let's begin. Mr. Dean?
Kimberly Johnson.
Please raise your right hand. You have interest to give the court and jury in trial this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Step this way, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Mr. Dean.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, I'm Kimberly Johnson. I work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation as a forensic accountant.
Is that different from a special agent?
Yes, no gun, no badge.
What does a forensic accountant do? What do you do day to day?
I'm tasked with using financial information as it relates to criminal investigation.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Mostly bank records, titles, tax records, whatever may come in, invoices from a company, just trying to put the picture together from the money side of an investigation.
So is it fair to say that day to day you're in an office analyzing like Excel spreadsheets and things like this?
Yes, in an office behind a computer.
How long have you been doing that for the FBI?
Just short of 27 years.
Do you have any collateral duties or I guess like side responsibilities at the FBI?
I do. I'm collateral duty as a member of the evidence response team.
And what is the evidence response team?
We are a team that goes out for searches and crime scenes, and we're responsible for collecting and packaging evidence that's discovered.
How did you as a forensic accountant become a member of the evidence response team?
It was voluntary, and like I said, it's collateral to my regular job. And me personally, I was motivated after 9/11.
Is it a volunteer duty or service on the ERT?
Yes, it's absolutely voluntary.
In your capacity as a member of the evidence response team, were you involved in the landfill search looking for Quentin Simon?
I was.
Can you tell us how you were involved initially?
Yes, initially I was just a searcher called up to help work the lines. Later in the search, I had a few days where I acted as team leader.
And what does the team leader do out there?
Basically responsible for managing the search and the personnel on that day.
And were you the team leader on duty at the Waste Management Superior Landfill on the day that the search team out there found Quentin?
I was.
I'd like to ask you a little bit about the layout of the landfill search. What was the search area? Can you describe that?
It was basically the area that was identified in the landfill where they were digging the trash out for us to search.
Sort of a hillside
Yeah.
of garbage?
Yes.
And what was the search deck?
The deck was where they actually spread the garbage that they'd taken out of the search area. They spread it along the deck so we could go through and manually search through it for what we were looking for.
So aside from the search area, kind of up on the hill and the search deck where everything was being laid out to be searched, what else was out there? What was the rest of the setup like?
So kind of looking at it from the perspective of walking to the deck, there was a road that we would enter in from, and then
Before you go,
sorry.
I'm sorry, is that the perimeter road that kind of goes around the landfill?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So there was kind of a driveway, is how I would describe it, that we would, after we got our PPE on and such, we would walk up onto the deck. So from the perspective of walking towards the deck, on the right side, they had tents and chairs set up for us to be able to take breaks without actually leaving the search deck and having to take all of our equipment off. To the left, there was an area where the deck boss and the logistics people and the safety officers kind of observed us as we were searching. So that's kind of how it's split.
What about the forensic anthropologist? Was there a forensic anthropologist out there?
There was, and she was, so turning around and walking towards the road, she was kind of, as you exited the driveway, she was on the other side of the road set up in a tent. Then to the right of her, there was a tent with all of the protective equipment. That's where we would grab our stuff. To the right of that, there was a tent where we could sit and put our suits on and everything. There was drinks in there. That's where they would set out the lunches for us to grab. And then to the left of the tent, there was another supply trailer. So that was like extra supplies. So the logistics guys would bring them from there to the tent if we were running low on gloves or whatever.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about the different personnel that was or were out there in their different roles. You've talked about the team leader role a little bit. As a team leader, what sort of gear did you have on a day-to-day basis?
Pretty much the same as searchers. We were dressed out in regular PPE. In addition, there we had buckets or those silver like catering trays that we would collect items that people found while they were searching that would then go to the forensic anthropologist to scan through.
So you had a bucket or a tray?
Yeah, like the Home Depot, like the 5-gallon bucket, or like I said, those silver catering trays.
And what would you do with the bucket or tray? Just kind of walk me through how that would work.
Okay. We didn't want to leave the deck because we were suited up. So there'd be a runner that would come up and meet us kind of at that driveway area and take whatever we had collected from the line and then take it across the road to the tent where the forensic anthropologist was so she could do her screening.
What was the process of collecting material from the line? Just what did that look like? You have this bucket in your hand. What happens?
Yeah, so everybody did it a little bit different, each individual. Most people, when they got dressed, we called it a bone bag on there. They taped it to their suit and used tongs to pull out things that they thought were of interest, and it would go to the bone bag. It saved you from having to call somebody over every time you found something. So at the end of the line, when we were done, it was considered complete. Then we'd go along that line and basically dump everything into the buckets out of the trays and then send them across the road.
All right, so it's the individual searchers that have the bone bag, and then at the end of that line, all that gets dumped in the bucket and run to the anthropologist across the road, if I understand you correctly?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me about the searchers. Who were these people, and what were they wearing and using in terms of equipment?
Okay. We had representatives from federal, state, and local departments. I think over the 5-week span, there was over 75 different people that came out just to help us search. The PPE, it started with a pair of steel-toe boots. They were required. And then a white Tyvek suit, which is the white suits that look like paper. They're not paper. They're more like a nylon plastic, not very breathable, so pretty hot. And then we had booties over that we were duct taped around our ankles. And then a yellow like plastic bootie over that, like a taller boot on top of that. Then we had safety vest on. We were gloved up. Most people put cotton gloves on, and then what we call a nitrile glove, which is like a surgical glove. And then that was duct taped to the Tyvek suit. And then we put work gloves on top of that. And then we had boonie caps. Most people, because it has a wide brim to kind of keep the sun off of us. We were required to wear safety goggles and what we call a half face respirator. So if you can imagine like an oxygen mask is how it fits over your mouth and nose. And then it has like detachable, not reusable, throwaway filters on them. They also were hot, but it helped us keep the smell down. So we didn't like wearing them, but it was helpful. Like I said, bone bags taped on our hips.
I think you mentioned tongs earlier. Was there any other sort of implement that you all would use for the actual searching of the lines themselves?
Yes, we used, I think they call them fireman's rakes, but they're big 6-foot-ish long, heavy kind of rakes. And they've got 3 or 4 prongs, like wide prongs on the end, to kind of rake through the trash and pick out stuff as you're going through it. So
now, we're going to see some pictures, but I just want to ask you, what does trash look like as you're going through it on the search deck? We all throw away bags of trash and they get carried away from our house and then they're gone. But what does it look like by the time that you're out there on the search deck going through it?
it doesn't look like a pile of bags. By the time it got to the point where we saw it, it had been shredded and mashed and mixed with dirt. So it's kind of just a gray, muddy looking field. You do occasionally find an intact bag or an intact piece of furniture or a roll of carpet, but most of the things that we found were broken in pieces. And if we would find like an intact bag, you'd get together with, another person or 2 other people to kind of rip those bags open to make sure that there wasn't anything that was of interest in there, or unroll the carpet rolls.
Now, were there heavy equipment operators out there helping you all conduct the search?
There were.
Can you tell me what kind of gear they were using and what they were doing with it?
So there was an excavator on the hill at the search area that would scoop the trash out and put it in a dump truck. And then once the dump truck was full, they would drive it up down to the deck, and then kind of bounce along and kind of dump the trash out in kind of a line. And then there was a smaller excavator that came along and kind of spread it so it wasn't quite so deep, spread it thin, so it was a little bit easier to get through because it's pretty heavy.
And once the excavator had come and sort of spread it out on the deck, what do you call that?
I called it a line. I don't know if people might have called it different things, but I just referred to it as a line.
Other personnel, you mentioned the forensic anthropologist at this point. I think this person has come up. Who was this person? Not necessarily the name, but where they came from and how they got there.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not good with names. She was, my understanding, contracted from Georgia Southern University, and she would come out to provide that expertise, and she would normally bring one or two of her students with her to help her with the task.
And what was the purpose she was serving out there? What was her function?
She was the subject matter expert on the bones and things that we may find. As this in our roles, I'm no expert at the difference between what this bone looks like and what this bone looks like. So we picked up the bones, and then she let us know, if they were of any importance or not.
So it's like a screening role.
A screening role for sure.
Might be of human origin. This definitely isn't, that kind of thing.
Correct.
Now, just to be clear, this is a different person in a different role from the forensic anthropologist at the lab.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay. Why do you need this forensic anthropologist out there conducting this screening role? Do you find a lot of bones in the landfill?
You do.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we probably, to say hundreds of bones a day would probably not be exaggerating. If you can imagine every chicken wing place, barbecue restaurant, animals that were disposed of, there's a lot of bones.
And can you describe kind of how the screening process would work from emptying the contents of the bone bags into the bucket onward?
Yeah, like I said, the runner would come and get them off the deck from us, take them to the forensic anthropologist. Wasn't really involved in her actual process, but she would go through everything that we had picked up and determine if there was anything of human nature. And if not, then it's my understanding that they were then thrown away.
Now, I'd like to ask you just about kind of the workflow of the day, starting with everybody getting together to go to the landfill on a given morning.
Okay.
Can you tell us about that? What did a day look like?
Sure. We usually started the day pretty early. Like I said, when we first got started, it was pretty hot during the day. So the earlier we could get started, the better. We would rally at Scottsdale Park. And that was where the command post was set up. And there was a building where, we could sit around and get ready for the day. About 7:30, we try to start a briefing. Usually it started with the search team leader that would just brief up from anything that had occurred the day before. If we had anybody there that was new, kind of explain what we were there for, what we were looking for. After that, usually a member of the case investigative team would brief us up on any investigative updates. And then we would hear from the logistics guys and anything we needed to know about the deck, the heavy equipment operators, anything that was going on with the search area or deck. And then the safety officers would just, again, remind us to keep our safety glasses on. Those were really hot, so a lot of times you just want to tip them up a little bit to breathe. And then to make sure everybody's staying hydrated, not falling out on the line or anything. After the brief was done, we'd load up in a couple of transport vehicles that would take us to the actual up the road and to the search area where we would dress out. we would get all our PPE on and usually try to be like on the line between 8:30 and 9 o'clock in the morning. We would search lines until about lunchtime and then take our lunch break. At the point we took our lunch break, like I said, there was that area where we could like grab something to drink without getting out of our PPE. But for lunch break, we had to be cut out. So if you can imagine somebody with a razor cutter coming down your back, kind of cutting you out of these things so you can throw it away. Do the lunch and then repeat after lunch, putting all the PPE back on, headed back to the line until we quit for the day. Sometime between 4 and 5 usually is what we aimed for. It all depended on where we were in amount of lines, what the daylight was doing, that sort of thing. If there was anything special happening, we would again get cut out. We'd have a brief if there was anything that we needed to relay for that from the day at that point, and transport back to the park, and everybody would break for the day.
How many days a week was the landfill search conducted?
The first week it was only 4 days because they didn't start till Tuesday. The next 2 weeks I think was 5. The week after that was only 3 because there was a tropical storm coming in, so I shut it down I think Wednesday of that week. And then the final 2 weeks I think are, if I'm getting my dates messed up, but the rest of them were 5-day weeks. So it was a 5-day week except for the beginning and the tropical storm week.
Now, in terms of the searchers out on the deck walking the lines, was that an all volunteer duty?
Absolutely.
How long did it take to get into this PPE in the morning initially and then after lunch?
Yeah, probably 30 minutes by the time you're taped up and you help tape your buddies up. And so it is probably a 30-minute process.
At some point, did a photographer with the FBI come out there and take a series of photographs to kind of memorialize the search and what it looked like?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 76?
I do.
Can you flip through this and let me know when you're ready to talk about it?
Okay.
Is this a selection of photographs of the landfill search operation?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the operation as it appeared to you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move these in as State's Exhibit 76.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, this first photo here, can you describe where the photographer is standing as this picture is taken?
Yeah, kind of at the base, I talked about the driveway that we walked up to get to the deck. So she's like kind of to the right of that driveway. So the deck would be the upper left. The search area would be, I'm sorry, upper right. The search area is on the left there with that excavator. And then the road, these guys here are kind of standing on the inside of the road.
So this is like that perimeter road that runs along the outside of the landfill?
Yes.
Okay. This next photograph, you described earlier, there's an excavator up in the search area that would scoop out trash and load it into a dump truck to be taken down to the search deck. Is that what we're seeing here, this excavator and this dump truck?
Yes.
And this guy working this excavator and this other fellow standing out here, were they law enforcement or did they work for the landfill?
They were employees of the landfill. I believe one of the heavy equipment operators was from Chatham County Parks and Rec. And I think he just volunteered because he was knowledgeable in heavy equipment operations. So
This next photograph, what are we looking at here?
those are the boots. So you basically have the booties and the tie, that's the white Tyvek I was talking about. And then these yellow covers went over that, and that's what we were all duct taping with.
Okay, so you got
There was
steel
still-
boots under this this gray booty here.
Correct.
Over the gray booty, you get the yellow rubber plastic.
Yes, and the bone bags we used, those were actually the bags that the booties came in. So we kind of multi-purpose that. So about the size of a loaf of bread, if you can imagine that size of bag. So
The next photograph, is this on that perimeter road?
yes,
And then we can see the search area on the far right there.
correct.
And that, with that driveway thing
Probably
just
be
off frame to
to the right, yeah.
Okay. What is happening in this picture?
It looks like we're suiting up to go back in probably after lunch, giving as bright as it is.
About how many searchers on any given day?
It varied a lot more in the beginning, like could be close to 40 in the beginning. And then, you know, as people had to split off and go do other things. Never less than 20 though, probably 20, 25, 30 on average.
The next picture, what are we seeing here? What's happening in this picture?
This is us coming onto the deck and just kind of getting perused by the safety officers to make sure that we had everything on that we were supposed to have.
The next picture?
Yeah, those are the fireman's rakes I was talking about. And they had a tarp that we could lay them on when we took breaks, and at lunch we could leave them on the deck without having to carry them out of the deck.
This next picture?
Yeah, that's the line, that's the process. We just lined up in a straight line, or tried to, and then everybody just kind of took their 2 or 3 foot section and just kind of worked their way to the other side of the line.
Now, zooming in on this, is this what we're looking at here, this garbage on the ground? Is this more or less representative of what this stuff looked like as y'all were going through it?
Yes,
What did it smell like out there?
it smelled bad. Like I said, the respirators help, but you'd go home and it would still be in your nose. Some people would put vapor rub underneath their nostrils to kind of help with it. So you cut yourself breathing out of your mouth as much as possible. So it's nasty.
What are we seeing in this picture here?
That's one of the buckets. Like I said, some people use the bone bags. Some people, we'd have buckets along the way that they could throw something into. And again, the process, it kind of varied by day. And like in this case, I don't know why, but we would start in a line and we would end up in a circle almost every single time. I'm not really sure how it happened, tried to stay in straight and always ended up in a circle, but I guess it worked. So
This searcher right here, who appears to be, I don't know, tossing something into the bucket,
Mhm.
perhaps. Do you recognize this person?
I'm just saying, but from the blonde ponytail, I would think it might be Officer Zerki, but I'm not sure since we all kind of look the same in our get-ups there. So
Fair enough. Do you remember Officer Zerki being out there?
I do.
What do you remember about her involvement?
She had a knack for finding bones. She almost always had the fullest bone bag at the end of a line. She just had the eye to catch everything, I felt like. So she was really good at what she did. So
What about her level of commitment to this operation?
well, she was one of them that was there every day. So that says something. She was never sick or had to call off or anything.
Was that typical? I mean, were there people that were involved in this for a period of time and then, tapped out after some days and unvolunteered, I guess?
Yeah, I don't know if it was so much unvolunteered, but this comes up in the middle of people's lives unexpectedly. So you might have a work commitment, you might have a personal commitment. But her and a few others from Chatham County PD were there every single day.
Now, this next photograph with this series of trays here, who are we looking at here?
Yeah, I believe that's the forensic anthropologist. Again, with the mask, it's kind of hard to tell, but and that's the catering tray I was talking about. So she would go through those. I separate things out, take a look, analyze it, screen it. That was what she was there for.
And just to be clear, this is not an image of Quentin's remains. This is just like
No,
a
that
given
looks
day.
like, yeah, just a regular, I say regular, but just the results of a line search.
Okay. And she's about to go through those and
Looks like it, yes.
determine that none of them are Quentin.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you about November 18, 2022, the day that Quentin was found. You said earlier you were the team leader out there that day.
I was.
What do you remember about how that unfolded?
Started off like a regular search day. It was much cooler than it had been, which it was a relief not to be so hot. It was also the last day we were going to search before shutting down for that Thanksgiving holiday. It had been determined that we weren't going to work that week. We were going to suspend the search until after Thanksgiving. So it was kind of the last day and then everybody was going to get a break.
And when did that day go from being the normal kind of tedious day like you'd been having to something different?
About midday, it was before lunch. Someone signaled from the line that if you found something that seemed unusual, you always kind of like raised your hand and gave a heads up. And this occurred that morning, late morning, indicated that they had found something that didn't look like everything else we've been seeing. It appeared to be a piece of a skull.
After that was found, what do you remember about how things played out next?
That was taken to the forensic anthropologist right away. We finished that line that we were working on, took everything that we had collected to the forensic anthropologist, cut out, and went ahead and went to lunch. And I don't remember if it was during lunch or right after we went back after lunch to start the next line. But the forensic anthropologist confirmed that she thought we did have human remains. So we continued the search of the line. And then at some point they determined that we needed to respread the line we did before lunch and search it again.
All told, how many different lines do you remember Quentin being found over?
I think just a couple, because we did, I want to say 2 after that we didn't find anything else in.
And is that how y'all decided kind of you were at a stopping point?
Yeah, I think it was that. the forensic anthropologist, I think, determined that there was enough that had been collected to do, identification purposes. It was getting late. We were running out of daylight. So I think the people that decided those things decided that we were at a place where we could stop.
About how long do you remember it being from, the moment that very recognizable piece of skull is found to when y'all finished up and we're done for that day?
It was late. It was getting dark because it was after the time change. I don't think we got back to the parking lot till after 5. I drove home in the dark, so we were out there quite a while because there was a lot of things to do. On top of what we had found, we were breaking down for the week, closing things up and stuff. So
at some point during that sort of ongoing process of finding Quentin that day, did the case agents show up to take custody of Quentin and package his remains?
yes, I think all of the investigative agents were there by mid-afternoon at the latest.
And was this your last day at the landfill, or did you have to come back at any point for anything?
It was the last search day, as it turned out. We didn't know that at the time. The scene was not closed because we didn't know for sure what had been found. But after that was confirmed, preliminary confirmation that it was likely Quentin's remains, then we went back the Monday after Thanksgiving, which I think was the 28th of November, and we broke the scene down at that point.
One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
I don't have any questions for this witness, Judge.
All right, may she be excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And so the state may call its next witness.
Sophia Zerki.
Please declare to raise your right hand. The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial. This issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
This way, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Sophia Zerki.
That is the last name that I'm going to have to ask you to spell.
Zurkee.
And I take,
Mic on?
thank you. I take it you are a Chatham County police officer?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with the Chatham County Police?
I have been with the Chatham County Police Department since September of 2021.
Did you work at any other police departments prior to joining the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
The Sedgwick County Sheriff's Office in Kansas.
Okay. How'd you end up coming here from Kansas?
I moved here being in law enforcement. It's a very stressful job. So Georgia offers a lot to do outside of work, the ocean, the beach. So it's very beautiful here.
Now you're here today because you're the first person to find a piece of Quentin, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd like to show you slide 8 from State's Exhibit 3, which has already been admitted into evidence. This has been introduced and admitted into evidence as a still frame from Sergeant Stewart's body worn camera from the initial response to 535 Buckhalter Road on October 5th. Is that you there?
Yes, sir, it is.
Was this your beat that you were patrolling that day or no?
It was not. I was in beat 8 that day. This is considered beat 7.
And how did you end up there?
When there's a missing child, time is of the essence. So it's all hands on deck at that point. So I went over to assist with the search.
And on this day, were you involved in canvassing the neighborhood or the woods or something like that, looking for Quentin?
Yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that you started looking for Quentin initially on October 5th?
Yes, sir.
Day one. Later, did you become involved in the search of the landfill?
Yes, sir.
How did you become involved in that?
I asked to be a volunteer to help.
Had you heard, I presume you had heard that this was a thing that was about to start happening?
Correct.
How did you hear about it?
Our department.
And were they soliciting like department-wide for volunteers or what?
I can't recall on that. I just know they asked us to be some extra hands to help.
And you volunteered, you say?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Being one of the first on scene, I wanted to see it through and to help in any way that I could.
And going forward from that, were you involved as a searcher at the landfill?
Yes, sir.
What day did you start on? Not necessarily the date, but like, was it the first day of the landfill search?
Yes, I was there for the first day.
And were you involved throughout?
Yes.
Was there any day that search operation was going on that you weren't there?
No, sir.
Could you have gotten out of it at some point if you had wanted to?
Yes.
What was that like doing that for, I don't know, 5 weeks or whatever it was?
It was a lot. It was mentally, emotionally, and physically draining every single day.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to November 18, 2022, the day that Quentin was found out there. What do you remember about the morning?
From what I can recall, it was like every other morning it started out. We have a briefing, kind of talk about how the day is going to go. We get ready when we start searching. Would you like me to kind of go through, our attire, be more specific in that aspect? Or
No, we've had that with a previous
Okay.
witness. So I guess let me ask you this. In the morning, was it a normal day?
Yes, sir.
What do you remember about the point where it became not a normal day?
I was just breaking through the garbage, and then I had observed a white small object could fit in the palm of my hand. It looked like bone to me. So I remember seeing my Lieutenant Foster, because they were all on the side, and contacting him, and they came over and removed it.
I'd like to approach with what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 77.
And 77 has been admitted. Is that correct?
It has been.
Okay.
That was the one.
Can you look through here and tell me if you recognize the object that you're describing?
Yes, I do.
Is that it on the first page there?
Yes, sir.
Can you pull this out and display it to the jury, please?
Yes. This is the object that I was talking about.
What do you remember happening from there?
I just remember notifying my lieutenant and then coming over and collecting it.
And then after that?
We continued to search.
And did you yourself find any more items of note?
I don't recall, because really any items that we found that we thought were potentially bones, we would put in the buckets for them to collect and to get tested. So whether or not specifically I found any other items that were tested.
Yeah,
I'm not-
it's a difficult thing for you to
Right.
answer, right? Let me ask you this. After having been out there for weeks, going through line after line, tell me what it felt like to see that little piece of Quentin's skull and pick it up and realize what it was.
It was heartbreaking.
Was it rewarding also? I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Think
I don't have any questions, Judge.
Maybe if I'm gonna close the door. Okay. And so at this point, Mr. Dean, does the state have another witness to call today?
One moment, please, Your Honor. Not today, Your Honor.
Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have an early day. Never quite know what we're going to have, but today is an early day. We're going to stop here. I'm going to excuse you for the evening with the instructions that you probably know by heart now. Don't discuss the case. Don't do any research. Don't look at any news. Don't observe any news. Don't consume any news. All right. And I wish you all a good night.
Jury's exiting.
Thank you. Everyone, please have a seat. Before we go, I do have the material witness arrest warrant. I'm going to dismiss both or just one.
Just the one for Craig Weston. Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Bryant, I'm gonna hand that back down to you. I will dismiss this one and I am going to do it the rough way. Okay, so I've dismissed the material witness arrest order for Craig Weston. The other one remains. Okay. So is there anything that we need to turn our attention to first, turning to the state?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, very good. We will resume court tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And with that, we're in recess until then.
Go ahead and tell.
So George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back and explain what led up to that.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have two nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and make potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George is drinking the entire time and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and put the I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie. And he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, I'm having to encourage him to eat. If you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to eat.
Was this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously I was not going to be able to eat. So I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels and towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police.
Okay, I do not know what in the hell happened. This is nuts. Technology at its best. Hold on 1 second. Just give me a moment. Okay, well, Court TV has shut down Quentin's trial for the day. But if you guys want and you've got time, I can switch it back to Sarah, because they're done in Quentin's trial for the day. Or we can resume tomorrow morning. You tell me. Too much going back and forth. All right, Danny Dane, there you go. She made the call. All right.
And maintain the home and just have a normal life as best as I could. Somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement, at one point it was from wine we could afford vodka. So a lot of the times he would take my car and my debit card and go buy the large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
All right. And you said you have an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking and then.
Approach. Objections overruled for now.
Y'all were together 3.5 years.
Yes.
Is there times when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
Quite often.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, as long as you show it to the state first, please.
I'm going to show you defense exhibit for identification P. It's 2 photographs. Could you look at those photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
Are those 2 pictures of your body?
Yes.
Did they show injuries to your body?
Yes.
Were those injuries caused by George Torres?
Yes.
Are those photographs of fair?
Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes.
The hell did I just hear? She makes a steak dinner, and George wants to F her on the steak. Do what? What the hell can we all eat tonight?
extremely painful.
Is that the
Home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka, and I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore and you're such a slut and fuck you and everything. And my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off. And because of the amount of noise I guess my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete. And I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me, and I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch."
Remember that show on ABC, Alias, with Jennifer Garner? Where like she could just beat the hell out of anyone? This is how Sarah is acting. I just don't believe a lot of this happened. I'm going to start with steak dinner. I'm starting with steak dinner. And how she worked outside of the house to pay everyone's mortgage.
And he stomped my face. And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously blacked out. I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Okay. The police arrived on that incident?
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
A stomp?
Stomp. All I saw was his heel.
We ask that this be identification you be admitted today. Okay.
What was pre-marked as you will be received without objection is defense 8.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
That's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking of the eye?
Yes.
Now, the police were called, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Let me go to the report. I'm showing you identification V, defense. Could you recognize that? You have to speak up.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
And is that like the injury to your knee?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch, and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground. And I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking? Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
He wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
Insecurity, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce an evidence identification.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection as defense 9.
Now, Ms. Boon, were you treated for this, or did you self-treat? Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got the first aid kit that I had for my son and I just cleaned it up.
What?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
Does anyone think they were abusive to each other? Or that possibly, considering Sarah can't remember a damn thing, that maybe some of these injuries were from her falling down drunk, falling out of the shower, falling off the toilet, falling out of the bathtub, just falling down. How do we know all of these injuries that she talks about are from George? She had to seek medical attention for her thigh, but considering she drinks enough to fuel a fucking Cadillac Escalade, how do we not know that these injuries are from her? I'm not saying that she meant to do anything to herself, but how do we know that she didn't trip and fall? Bump into things. How do we know this? She has stairs, or well, she had stairs. She's got an elevator and handcuffs now. These are bumps and bruises that looks like her, that she did something. Because if George wanted to kick her ass, he would. I do love the story where he called her the C word and said, I want to F you on the steak. And you can't tell me that George is the only one in that townhouse, in quotes, that was always getting drunk. No.
All right, I'm showing you identification W. That's identification. You recognize that photograph? What is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your arm with some type of injury?
Yes.
You remember this event?
Multiple times, yes.
Well, I'm talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken. The injury you sustained.
Yep.
Who injured your arm?
George Torres.
You remember this event?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now, this is one of the many times y'all were both intoxicated.
I mean, I can't say for sure that, yes, but whenever it would happen, yes, I would be drinking.
Identification W and evidence.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as defense exhibit 10. You may, sir.
It doesn't look like a wound or anything.
Objection to commentary. Sustained.
Tell me, I'm sorry, tell me, you said it's just from the grip, him losing his grip?
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him and whatever under the skin it was that it was disturbed from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit X for identification.
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by George Torrent?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not drinking.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another, I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed.
For those of us just joining us, Quentin's trial has wrapped up for today. Not the entire trial, just for today. It was agonizing. And Court TV switched over to Sarah Boon, and she is on the stand. If anybody would like to put our Sarah Boon playlist in, please do it. Because nothing she says makes sense. Brown Eye says, Britt, yes, was attacked like that. And remember where I was hit against the door and wall, but not exactly what was said. Well, I'm sorry that happened to you. Very sad.
He wanted you to stay down there with it?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
All of the locks were broken in my home.
Or
They were from George taking them, including my son's. At one point, I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
well, tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom, sometimes he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep. This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded up against that,
Okay. So George watched her pee. George wanted to F her on the steak that she just made. George couldn't stand to be away from her, to the point where the locks were all broken all over this spectacular Paris Hilton townhouse, my friends. He couldn't stand to be away from her, and obviously he couldn't take a hint. Because if she wanted to have some alone time, she would, I guess, get a dolly and pick up the dresser and put it against the door. She's saying every bit of this is George's fault. She's taking zero accountability. None.
the bed to where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser in the nightstand. And he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this incident, and punched me and
Punched you in the side of the head?
yes, in
Was
my
it an-
temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Okay, 1 second. Aurora said, I don't think he was, but to answer you, I'm a DV survivor. We have many survivors in our community. So please do not think that I am poking fun at any man or woman that has had to escape a really dangerous situation. What they say in their traumatic memories will shock you to the core. And 9.9 times out of 10, there is a police report. There's many family members, friends that can say, yes, this has been going on. Sarah doesn't seem to have anything to back up what she's saying. All of her injuries, I mean, I'm just saying my opinion. All of her injuries seem to be from her drunk, clumsy ass. But if you are in a dangerous situation, talk to someone you can trust. And I mean really trust. Not your new Facebook friend. Talk to someone you can really trust and get the hell away. Because you don't want to wind up like George.
Like identification X introduced in that.
Was pre-marked as X will be received without objection as Defense Exhibit 11.
What I'm showing you. This exhibit. That's you? Did you get any treatment for that? Medical treatment?
I know the police came, but I don't remember. I remember it hurt for a good solid 2 weeks after that.
Was this one of the incidents where the police were called?
Yes.
Now, do you recognize this photograph, which is identification Y?
Yes.
Was that the date of the incident? The date of this event?
No, it happened prior. I mean, but this picture that was taken of the.
This picture was taken, would have been taken February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
And do you recognize that as your close-up facial?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
Yes.
What's the significance of this picture?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it. And then started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom. This is probably a good month before or after it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification Y introduced in the evidence.
It was a gash.
Okay. What was pre-marked as Y will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 12.
Is that the same curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take, yes.
This was photographs that were taken, I guess it would have been the crime scene. Was it the crime scene investigator that came out and took photographs?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
Was it different from the extraction, the phone extraction expert? Was it somebody different?
I think.
But this Boon right here?
Yes. And remember, that's a month later.
And then on that same date, they took, same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
Yes.
All right, and what does that do?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat, and
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
Was that taken, February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out on
February 24th, I believe.
February 24th? I'd like to introduce identification on today.
What was pre-marked as defense R will be received into evidence without objection as defense 13. Yes, sir.
This is not a great photograph, copy of the copy. But February 24th of 2020, is that what you were wearing? Is that you?
Yes.
And there's some discoloration up here of your palm. You see that?
I do.
Is that from you jabbing him with a baseball bat? Do
Sustained.
you know how you suffered that injury?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat.
When you poked him with it?
Yes, trying to get his hand back in.
Do you think the hand is going to change things for Sarah? Because up until a couple of days ago, I didn't know his hand made it outside of the suitcase. Maybe I'm not giving Sarah enough credit. Maybe this whole time she's known what she's talking about. Because if he can get his hand out of the suitcase, he can get his whole ass out of there. He can stick his head out. Like when Jim Carrey was coming out of the rhino in Pet Detective 2. So if you can get your hand out, as a grown man, Miss Kay said, I only see fingers. I didn't see the hand. I guess we'll have to see it because they're saying his hand was coming out.
I'm showing you defense identification N. Just like 5 photographs. Can you look at those? See if you recognize them. All right, well, let's continue now.
Yes.
And for those fair and accurate depictions,
Yes.
As a composite of the events that occurred in relation to George Torres and your TV?
Yes. Yes.
All right, are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement sees the phone, they would have had access to this video?
I believe so, yes.
And tell me about it.
Lucas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen. And I would have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on. And I don't remember how George found out that Brian had come over. I believe because it was actually fixed and he knew that I didn't know how to do it. Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and
was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things for Lucas, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all.
So Lucas wasn't over here this day, was he? Brian wasn't over here this day.
He may have been, I can't remember when he actually fixed the television for Lucas.
But y'all were drinking this day.
I know he was for a fact, yes.
Chances are you were.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
So how did it end up badly?
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with the bat, that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat, and then told me that he's going.
Okay, so we thought we heard a lot about Leilani and the rug dealer, but listen to old Sarah. He accused me of greasing that pogo stick, and he was so worried I was gonna go back to Brian. Sounds like Brian didn't want her either. Oh, Brian, he dodged the biggest BB in the gun.
Going to destroy my fucking television, and then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be again unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely, he already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily?
No.
All right, but there is a video, but I'm gonna go ahead and ask Judge if I could introduce this identification of these 5 photographs into evidence.
Okay. Is it O or N?
I have O being a composite with 5 photos, and not having a single photo.
We're moving in O. Okay. All right. What was pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
All right, these are some stills from the video. This was George, that particular day, holding the bat.
You guys telling me that I'm going to take the television out once he destroys it.
He wanted you to take the television out?
That or I was going to help him, but either way, I was taking it apart and removing it.
And what is this picture of?
In the process of him destroying my television.
While you're videotaping?
Correct.
Is that the result?
No. After that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Did he later pass out?
Yep, like he usually does.
What's he drinking then?
I don't know. Vodka and something, I'm sure.
I'm showing you identification N. Did you recognize that?
It's my living room in the stairwell.
All right, were those, was that a photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And let's try to introduce this as identification 9 as an exhibit.
No, it's pre-marked as M, correct?
It's got N.
N, I apologize. Was pre-marked as N will be received into evidence without objection as defendants 15.
Can you tell us a little bit about this room?
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts, that's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf over here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. He's got a little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
And then looks like in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs is that a doggy?
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. So I would at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus Penny was blind.
There's an allegation that you pushed George down the stairs
Apparently,
or got him in the suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs?
supposedly,
Did that occur?
absolutely not.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
I'm showing you closet, 2 photographs, identification.
Listen, drinking in your house is not a crime. Fighting with your boyfriend is not a crime. I'm thinking what's going on here, old Sarah is probably going to get a not guilty. I'm thinking it. They have a lot of pictures, and she's actually telling a very convincing story. Bumps, bruises, all that stuff. We don't know. If it was her drunk ass falling over the coffee table, or if he was really beating her ass. Seems that all this time, old Sarah sort of knew what she was talking about. I don't know. I understand the argument. People saying, well, why didn't she call the police all those times? Well, if you understand anything about domestic violence, you know the last time is the last time. There's many times that lead up to it. I still don't I just don't understand how he couldn't get out of the damn suitcase. I don't get it. If his hand was hanging out, he could have busted through that zipper. Walgreens wine in your own house is not a crime. Does anyone think that in her state of mind, and I don't mean domestic violence, I mean the Walgreens wine or the Publix wine, the big old handle of ghetto wine, does anyone think that she really intended to put him in a suitcase and let him suffocate? Or was it just all happenance? I don't know.
Patient M, did you look at those two and see if you recognize them?
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs. And as you can see that we are both drinking.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George is, or maybe it's one that Lucas, Lucas wasn't here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
All right. And there's two dogs. There's one sitting next to you. Who's that?
That's Penny. She's the blind dog. I used to have to pick her up to put her somewhere so she would stay there because she was unfamiliar with the area, especially since we moved from my marital home to the townhome. So most of the time Penny would be close or next to me.
Who's next to the film?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence here.
Well, I'll show you.
Okay. But this is Tess, and then this is deaf, blind. Penny and Tess.
All right, and then the second one.
This is Tess on the back porch, taking a nap. She was never far from me.
All right, when George was sober, how did he treat the dog?
Nice. I don't know if he was a pet person, but I mean, he was nice. If I needed him to feed them, he would feed them.
Were there times when George was drinking where he would threaten to harm the dogs?
All the time.
You don't have to tell the jury.
One of the worst threats was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to do it. He would actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep or I fled the night before or something. And would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way from our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me, and would say that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why would he threaten to harm the dog?
Anything that he could get to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control.
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
Were they afraid of him?
Yes. Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with his movements, but she was never far away. They never showed their teeth. They never growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just.
For what reason would he kick them?
Penny would try to find me because she's blind.
Sustained.
I'd like to move identification in and evidence.
Any objection? Was pre-marked as M will be received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
All right. Can you describe this for the jury?
This is again, is our back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Penny is next to me. She's the blind dog, and then Tess is down here guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that?
Yes. I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Overruled.
He was my bunny rabbit. So I used to collect bunny rabbits. And so I have rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
Or this is the alcohol y'all are consuming?
Yes.
And this is a close-up of which one?
This is Tess. She's the deaf dog.
How old were these dogs at that time, 2020?
Gosh, maybe 9, maybe 10.
Yes. All right, members of the jury, it's 4:03. By show of hands, would you like to take an afternoon break at this point in time? Okay, court sees no hands. We may have to work also a little bit past 5 o'clock, maybe going between 5:45 and 6 this evening. I know juror third from the right, you may have to make a phone call as to that. Does anyone have any concerns about working a little bit later today till 6 o'clock? If you have those concerns, please raise your hand at this time. All right, court sees no hands. Ma'am, are you in a position to step out to see if you can get assistance with childcare, or is that not an option for today?
I'm actually all set for today. She's already taken them.
You are? Okay. All right. Excellent. Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. With that, Mr. Owens, you may continue.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
I think one of the jurors raised their hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, juror fifth from the right.
Are we going to get a break before the 5:45 mark? Because if not, then yes, I would like a break.
Then I tell you what, let's go ahead and take it at this time. We'll give you all a 15-minute recess. It's 4:04. Hang on. Don't leave yet. I got to tell you a couple things. It's 4:04. I'll see you back here at 4:20. Same instruction as before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and don't have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Thank you very much.
Jury exiting.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you. If Ms. Boon needs to use the facilities, we might as well take advantage of that at this time. All right, court will be in recess till 4:20. Thank you.
I am still absolutely shocked that she took the stand and that her attorneys advised. Bonafide said, Brooks, I hate to ask, but some may not want to watch, but can you play the video again? Oh, you bet I can. In all fairness, we absolutely need to do that. You better believe it. The thing is she's not intimidated by this video, from what I'm understanding. No way. No. Give me just a moment. I didn't realize we were going to be multitasking so much today. Here, while I find it, it'll take me just a couple seconds. Jenny said, what happened to my massage? Girl, you want a massage? Or did your message get deleted? Mistakes happen all the time, and we don't have that many people in here right now. So,
I spent last night in the arms of a girl in Louisiana. And though I'm out on the highway, my thoughts are still with her. Such a strange combination of a woman and a child. Such a strange situation, stopping every 100 miles, calling Baton Rouge. A replay of last night's events rolled through my mind. Except a scene or two erased by sweet red wine. And I see a truck stop sign ahead, so I change lane. I need a cup of coffee and a couple dollars change, calling Baton Rouge. Operator, won't you put me on through? I gotta send my love down to Baton Rouge. Hurry up, won't you put her on the line? I gotta talk to the girl just one more time. Hello, Samantha, dear, I hope you're feeling fine. And it won't be long until I'm with you all the time. But until then, I'll spend my money up right down to my last dime. Oh, 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 and Baton Rouge. Operator, won't you put me on through? I gotta send my love down to Baton Rouge. Hurry up, put her on the line. I gotta talk to the girl just one more time. Oh, 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 and Baton Rouge. Sweet Baton Rouge. My Baton Rouge.
Lisa Wilson said, that song makes me want to go dancing at the American Legion. I'm telling you, girlfriend. All right. As Bonafide requested. Have to have a trigger warning, my friends. Have to have a trigger warning. This is the video. If you have not seen it, Bonafide was speaking of.
Sarah.
Now, in this video, you're not going to see fingers, hand, or anything coming out. In the picture I saw fingers. I didn't see a whole hand coming out. Let's just take a vote right now. Do you think if it goes to the jury right now, do you think old Sarah will walk? Or is she going to get second-degree murder? I don't mean what you feel. What has been proven. There's a big difference between what we feel, our emotions, our heart of hearts, and what they're proving to us right now. I'm giving our girl Sarah just a tad bit of credit for taking the stand. Tell you what, I'd shit a biscuit if old Leilani got on the stand in her own defense. 9 Lives said the second. Jenny said she's going to get the second. Pat said, I think she'll walk. Look at that. Laverne said second-degree murder. Danny Dane said she's going to walk. There's our girl Lisa again. She's going to walk. Woo, howdy. Mermaid said she's going to walk. Real Rockin' Robin said involuntary manslaughter. Well, you know what? That would actually work good for her. Except the bitch has definitely, well, I can't call her that because I don't want her to come after me. She has turned down a couple of plea agreements. Here comes my girl Sailor 75. No, she murdered him. Full stop. Jenny Pooh has a question, very important question. She goes, I'm confused. We done with Leilani for the day? Yes, they stopped court early and court TV switched into Sarah Boon. And so we're just wrapping up the day, chitting and chatting about Sarah Boon. And if you're not familiar with the case, we have a whole playlist. To get you going. Wist said she let him die. Guess what? That's not a crime. Nope. It's not. There's such a thing as the Good Samaritan law. There is such a thing as that. If it was her child, it would be a huge problem. But now remember, the jury can request a lesser charge, and that charge might already be time served. Now, you have a grown man in a suitcase. It's really not your duty to go get him out of there. Woo, Outdoorsy Live. She said, I'll have to watch the replay. Been gone all day. Glad you're back, girlfriend. Just me. She was a catalyst to him dying, though. Totally agree. I totally agree. Then you come into this. Walgreens and Publix were also a catalyst. Jenny Pooh, I'm not familiar with, but I'll catch up at some point. I'm all in for Quentin at the moment. You're telling me, I can't tell you how many times last night little Quentin's case woke me up. Take a look at this, Jenny Pooh, and tell me if you think this woman is guilty of second-degree murder or not.
Sarah.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
You.
Sarah.
You.
Sarah.
Stupid.
Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it up.
Sarah. I can't breathe. Seriously.
Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
That's on you.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
It's on you.
Sarah.
Real or ransom? Might want to get video for it extra. Because I got this.
Sarah.
Real or ransom?
Sarah.
Okay, there's no mistaking. She's drunk as a skunk. She says, that's on you. Extra. Extra. Jenny Pooh said, oh my God, she sounds like she's letting him die. Oh my God, did she loosen? No. Mm-mm. No, she didn't loosen it. No. Uh-uh. No. And I couldn't imagine sitting there. I couldn't imagine sitting there listening to someone beg for their life. Taunting. Laughing.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
It's on you.
Sarah.
Real or ransom? Might want to get video for it extra. Because I got this.
Sarah.
Real or ransom?
Sarah.
On top of that, there's a huge crime going on. If you look at the carpet, I don't know who has carpeting in their home, but would you walk across that greasy mess? I want to barf just looking at it. I promise if you peel back that rug, the carpet's going to look totally different. I'm a big carpet fan, and I don't mean carpet that Leilani was talking about. You know, the one between her knees. And here's the thing with the law, bona fide. What's to stop her from not helping again? According to what she's charged with. Again, we're talking about the trial, not about morals, not about society. She should have unzipped him and took off running if she was that scared of him. It's not a crime to leave a dude sitting in a suitcase. He's a grown man. It's not a crime, but there was nothing to stop her. Listen to her talk. It's not a crime. She doesn't have to help him. He's a grown man. He's a grown man. Again, we're not putting morality on trial. We're not putting society on trial. It's the law. There's no law saying if a dude gets in a suitcase and can't get out, the law says you have to get him out. Now, if it was a minor child, that would be a different story. The whole thing is effed.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Seriously.
Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
That's on you.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
It's on you.
Sarah.
Real or ransom? Might want to get video for it extra. Because Because I got this.
Sarah.
Regular ransom.
Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
Oh. That's what I feel like when you chewing on me.
Sarah. Sarah.
Yeah. You should probably shut up. Shh.
Sarah.
All right, I 100% agree with Sailor. Sailor said, so people can watch an adult die and do nothing to help. Believe it or not. Uh-huh. 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 We have moral obligations. She doesn't care. I think she kicked that suitcase down the stairs, in my opinion. And her defense has been battered woman syndrome, self-defense. She just really hasn't had any attorney that would listen to her. Jenny Poo, don't even worry about it. Let me put it this way. If you're driving down the road and you see a car in front of you, crash, and that car rolls over 4 or 5 times, it doesn't matter who's in it. Mom, dad, grandma, grandpa. You don't have to make a phone call. But him being a grown man in this suitcase, that's the problem. All right, they're back. And again, I'm not talking about what I would do or what you would do, because I know all of you are heated about this too. It comes down to, is it against the law for her not to get him out of the suitcase? Bonafide said, but wait, if she beat him with a bat, what's to say he couldn't get out because of an injury? It's her fault. Exactly. Now, I'm not here to disagree with any forensics. It just still makes more sense to me that these injuries were from her kicking that suitcase down the stairs. All right, they're back.
All right. Ms. Boone, let's go ahead and bring you back up to the witness stand, please.
Judge, we're going to try to go with 6 today.
Yes, sir, that's the plan.
Most of the case, I mean, it's just depends on how good it was. You said about 20s.
All right, we're ready to bring back in our jury.
Yes?
All right, let's do
Yes,
it.
sir.
Oh, Judge.
Hold on.
Oh, she's up there. I'm sorry. I thought we lost.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if you could. Oh, wait. Can the parties approach for a moment? All right, members of the jury, again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, with that, Mr. Owens, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
Just based on the court statements, identification A, I'd like to, this is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is this injury to your ear? And then this is your living room. This is identification C, the blow up. Identification D. TV. Identification E. Is that your arm?
Yes.
Identification F. Is that your knife wound? Identification G. Is this the curtain rod?
Yes.
Identification H. This is the eye. Identification I. See your face shot?
Yes.
The lip, the eyebrow.
Well, what on earth happened? Okay, they're back now. Gee.
Ms. Boone, tell the jury why you lied to the police.
I lied to the police. Basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened. And I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So you made the decision to lie.
I did.
Did you stay with that lie?
I did.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
Now, let me take you back to the to this incident. Is it fair to say that when George Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
I'm always fearful, paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Do you try to placate him?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think George, what bothers him?
Sustained.
Does he tell you?
Sustained.
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state, how were you feeling the night of this event?
Overruled.
Extremely nervous, anxiety galore, I can never relax.
When he's drinking?
Yes.
And the state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event, is that the state that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that does that heighten your sense of safety?
At all times.
But especially when he's drinking?
Oh, yes, all the time.
And then his mood?
Yes, it depends on what mood he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Yes, I knew George very well.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you could say that I was trained by fear with him. It wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me one way or another.
Ms. Boone, you know, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep. Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat, you're.
Yes.
I didn't want to die that night. I can't describe it to you. It's terrifying love to a certain degree, where my plan was to show him the next day, and just I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him. And I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die, and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, I bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died, or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out.
Thank you. That's all.
Any cross-examination?
Did George know somebody named Crystal? Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about a Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relay to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on you with?
I believe so.
Okay, so you do know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Okay. Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shock, but yes.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, 12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that it has on the human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
So would it be fair to say that if you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so that's 14 hours, 0.015, you were at approximately about a 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you came to that number.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Approach. You may proceed.
So you testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
And so would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd of 2020?
I'm guessing maybe it's like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5 liters. Would you agree? And when you say half, are we talking about to the top of the label was left from the day before?
Oh goodness, no.
All right, a little less, halfway through the label?
It's to right about.
Okay, about halfway through the label. So in addition to halfway through the label, which you began consuming after going to Publix at about 12:15, correct? So you all would have began consuming around 12:30, is it fair to say, when you got back?
I can't call exactly.
Okay. And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the 2 of you consumed 2 1.5 liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
Well, you did mention that the police would find 2 empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that
Two.
they empty in the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time? And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what they said.
All right, so that's 3 liters of wine between 200 pounds split between 2 people over the course of a day, correct?
Yes.
And you testified today that you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
I do.
So what was your level of intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I don't believe so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened,
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech was slurred?
clearly.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I didn't know Ian George.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
If I was scared, then it would be something.
All right, now, today you testified about the time frame between the 2 videos, correct?
Yes.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct? And the lid is down, but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Correct.
And so you come over to him and you're laughing, right? And you move the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No.
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, the video is not going to catch you zipping him up because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts is my question.
I don't know.
Okay. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What 9 minutes?
Between the two videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2 minute, 3 second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11:12:45 p.m. Image _ 1062 movie begins being captured. And we have seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113 indicates that image _ 1063.move disconnected. Okay. 31113, a second movie is captured at 11:23:03 p.m. Your testimony was that after that first video was captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
Say it one more time, please.
Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off throughout the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
That's because I lived.
Okay. But you did not tell us earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When would I say that?
You described your entire day of doing puzzles, and arts and crafts and outside by the dartboard, and you said it was a wonderful day and everything was fun until he was in the suitcase. Did you not testify to that earlier today?
I did.
My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to get angry and trying to push his way out and to get out of the suitcase, correct?
Angry again, yes.
And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am, you know very well that I'm talking about between these movies. Please answer my question. Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
Told me that I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and the laughter stops, and then you go over and begin to film, correct? And you're filming, your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No,
Then correct me.
there was no lesson to be learned. It was just I wanted him to try to understand how I felt so maybe he could progress in being a better person the next day.
So you wanted him to understand how you felt in the past, and that's not teaching a lesson?
I just wanted him to understand.
All right, and so immediately prior to zipping him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
I'm sorry?
Immediately before coming down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061, which according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds with her device. All right. Does this appear to be the suitcase that's in question in the two movies that are filmed at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.? Oh. This is image 1061 taken at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this appear to be the blue suitcase that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And again, we had, and by we, I mean you and Mr. Torres, two 1.5 liters bottles of wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So what is your memory of what happens between 11:03 p.m. and 31 seconds when that image is captured, and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45? What do you remember?
I don't.
Do you remember anything from that night?
I do.
You told the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. You remember that?
I do.
And your testimony is you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior.
Correct.
Is there something, did you have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
Was Mr. Torres in that suitcase the entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken and then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
So for 20 minutes? Yes?
However long the time frame is.
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't breathe before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you testified moments ago that your two neighbors must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out of your residence?
No.
It was the day after, Monday the 24th, correct?
Yes.
And that Monday morning, you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And between that time frame, you were the only person in your apartment plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been disturbed in your apartment, you had all the time that you wanted to undisturb them before calling 911, correct?
If I wanted to.
Okay. And you still, your testimony is there was no loud boom that shook the walls of your townhouse at about 11 p.m. the night of February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
To the best of your memory, correct?
Correct.
Now, that second video is 22 seconds where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything, or you're familiar with that video, correct?
Yes.
It's after that that you go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
How quickly is it that you go upstairs after that?
It was pretty quick.
And you grab the dogs?
No, the dogs were upstairs already.
Okay. Did you call 911 and let the police know that you had zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20 minutes?
I did not.
Did you go to Brian's house and tell him, I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut? We need to do something about that before he passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay. Well, what do you remember now about the phone call with Brian?
I know that I called him. I don't know specifically what it was about.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend day after day finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes.
Almost like having a child. You have your own child, correct?
I do.
What you described sounded like having a small child. Would you agree?
That's your interpretation.
Well, you take him from doing arts and crafts to doing puzzles, so on and so forth, correct?
When he's been drinking, yes.
And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boon, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
I don't know.
And you would not answer Brian Boon, your ex-husband's phone calls, just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of me getting up to where Lucas gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you wouldn't return his call. You would let him call several times, correct?
That day, yes.
Okay. How about other days? Would he have to call to remind you to get Lucas on other days?
He wasn't reminding me, he was just making sure that Lucas was covered for pickup or drop off.
All right. You didn't mention to the sheriff's office on either February 24th or February 25th about going to Publix with Mr. Torres at noon or 12:17, did you?
I don't recall.
So the best evidence of that would be the recording of those interviews?
Correct.
Did you not remember going to Publix with Mr. Torres that day?
At what point?
At any point?
No, I didn't.
You had indicated to the police that it was about 4 p.m. that you all had started drinking after doing chores. You recall that?
I do.
And your testimony today was that it was really more after you guys went to Publix at about 12:17 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth to the police, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
You did not tell the truth to the police about that, correct?
I did not.
And when they were asking you about Mr. Torres's injuries, you told them that you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Yes.
And that was not the truth.
Correct.
What did you all have for breakfast on the 23rd?
I don't remember.
Did you all have lunch?
I believe we had leftovers from, I think, something that we had in the fridge.
And do you recall what those were?
Not at this point, no.
And then I believe you mentioned having a sandwich of some sort for dinner.
No, I believe it was for, I'm guessing he and I ate at the same time.
And at one point, Mr. Torres called his brother Juan, correct?
Yes.
And do you admit that you were yelling in the background, telling Mr. Torres to tell his brother that he had been choking you?
I don't know if I was yelling. I know that he could hear me through the phone.
So how long had that been going on that day? When did you start getting on Mr. Torres about choking you in the past?
He and I had conversations about it because he didn't remember doing it to me. And the next day and the day of.
Is it fair to say that there are just points in time where you don't remember what you do either, correct?
Are you talking about almost 5 years ago?
I'm talking about from drinking. Is it fair to say that you don't often remember things that you did while you were drinking?
I would not say often.
Okay. In the course of your relationship with Mr. Torres, are there things you don't remember happening that happened the night before between you and him?
I can't say that at this point.
But you said that you don't remember taking that photograph at 11:03 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you were telling Mr. Torres that he needed to tell his brother?
Not that I can recall.
Was there anything you were telling him that he needed to tell his daughters?
Not that I can recall.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Correct.
Were there ever any points in times when it was you that was used looking at pornography?
If I was, it was to go back and look to see.
Did you ever threaten to get Mr. Torres arrested if he did not do what you wanted him to do?
I wouldn't say threaten.
Okay. Well, were there ever points in times where you would like him to call you or return a call? And if he didn't do that, you would threaten to get him arrested?
It depends on if he had my keys or something that I needed from him.
And it was your townhouse, correct?
Mine, yes, slash ours.
When did you get him off the lease?
I'm not sure what year it was, but I don't think he was actually removed from the lease.
Okay.
I think he was made a different type of tenant.
And did you change the locks so that he couldn't get back in at the points in times when you kicked him out?
I did sometimes.
And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
There were multiple hiding places.
On any of the 911 calls, did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware of where you kept your keys and that's how he got back into the house?
I didn't know I needed to. He would never break into my home.
All right, and it's your testimony that you did not push him down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
Yes.
Now, by dragged, did you leave your feet?
Yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure.
Did you get any injuries, like bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing a lot of my hair. Yes, that was on the stairwell.
And you agree that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. I thought you said you guys couldn't smoke inside your house,
We couldn't.
but you did, right?
Sometimes, yes.
And you agree you would go to the hospital and tell them things that were not true, correct?
Yes.
There were times where you would go to the hospital and leave without getting treatment, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
Sometimes.
All right, so just to summarize the day to make sure we understand it. You all wake up sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? On February 23rd.
Or early afternoon. Yes, I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay. Are you the kind of person, like most of us, that uses your phone when you wake up?
No.
So the first activity on your phone may have nothing to do with when you woke up. Is that fair for you?
Yes, other than looking at the time possibly.
Okay. So at some point you wake up, it doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct?
Correct.
You do some chores, correct?
Yes.
So that is true. That part of it is true. You did do chores before going to Publix at 12:17?
Yes.
All right. After chores, you go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter Magnum bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay, correct?
I'm not sure what Magnum is.
1.5 liters. Instead of the 750s, it's the double size. It's like 2 bottles of wine.
Okay, yes.
So you got a 1.5 liter, right?
Yes, it is the larger bottle.
And you got home and you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
I'm guessing so. I'm not going to guess times.
Well, don't guess. I mean, you got home from Publix. When was your first drink?
I'm not sure. I mean, we could have continued to do whatever was left over from what we didn't do before we went to Publix.
Okay. So you may have started drinking even later, correct?
Then
12:30 when you get back from Publix?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it 1:30 or 2:30 when you began drinking?
I don't know.
Was it before any of the phone calls to the brothers and his daughters?
Yes.
And so you drink what's left in the bottle of wine from the day before that's halfway labeled, correct?
At some point.
And then you drink 1.5 liters of wine, and he goes out and gets another one on his own without your permission or suggestion about 5:30, correct?
Correct.
And then you all consume that one as well, and it ends up in the trash can at the end of the night, correct?
Apparently.
At what point in the night does your memory tape stop? You described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember prior to these videos being made?
I don't recall it at this point. I don't remember.
All right, and so it ends in hide and seek after arts and puzzles, correct? He says, tag, you're it, but you run and go upstairs and hide, right?
Yes.
So does that mean he's it and he's supposed to come find you?
No.
Okay. So you both hide?
No.
Okay. How does this work?
Okay. I don't know how to tell you.
Okay.
I was it, and I went and hid.
I mean, my understanding of the rules of hide and seek is one person will be it, cover his or her eyes and count to like 20 and then go find the person that's hiding. Is that your familiarity with the rules too, or do you guys have house rules?
I understand how the
Okay.
game of hide and seek
So
works.
explain to me, what was your expectation? You go up to the shower. Were you expecting him to come find you?
I was.
Okay. And after a while, he did not come find you.
Yes.
And that's when you return downstairs.
Correct.
And because of the way your townhouse is set up, you can kind of see over where the suitcase is and that he's trying to hide in there, but it's not successfully hidden just yet.
I mean, yes, you have to come down a good ways in order to be able to
Right.
do that.
Right. But you testified that was before you got to the bottom.
Yes.
All right. And then you come over there and thinking that it's funny, you zip him shut, correct?
Yes, we both thought it was funny.
Okay. And the defendant stand down?
Entered into the well?
Yes.
Yes. Deputy, could we release her into the well, please?
All right. Ms. Boon, can you demonstrate for the jury where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase, if you don't mind?
His back was this way and his head was here.
All right, and then is it fair to say his feet are kind of down here, which would be the front left corner from their perspective in the jury box?
Yes.
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face.
If I remember correctly, yes, that's the position.
Okay. All right. Can you help me understand how it was that you zipped it shut? Can you show us where you say you left an opening that his hand got out of.
Would it be easier to put it on here?
I didn't want to make you go down there. If you're happy doing that, I'll let you.
Hold up. Does she need to be wearing gloves?
Yes.
Agreed. If she's going to be manipulating it.
What do you want her to do?
Just demonstrate how she zipped it shut.
Okay, well, where's the paperclip? And do you remember which one it was in?
This side.
Judge, the paperclip was on when this event occurred. When we pulled the suitcase out earlier, the paperclip was not attached. So now the prosecutor has attached the paperclip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
It's not even a paperclip.
We
Okay.
don't know if that's the proper way that it was attached, but he's asking her now to pull.
Is there an objection?
Yes?
Approach.
We have some questions from the chat. Rapper wants to know if her hair has always been like that. Yes, it has. Please check out the playlist. Rapper wants to know who did her hair like that. Well, Rapper, the county. Orange County, Florida. Yeah. Wouldn't be the look I would be going for, but that's what happened.
Objections overruled.
All right.
If you feel most comfortable, sir.
Madam Corporal, you ready? Can we see how it was that the two zipper parts were positioned when you say that Mr. Torres was able to get his hand out? If you want me to do it, I'm fine to take your direction.
From what I remember, this is how the suitcase. This is how the suitcase.
Hold on. I hate when we have too many trials going at once. Is this the suitcase? Or did someone run to Ross and get a Samsonite? Because I see Sarah in a skirt, no shackles, no restraints. She's got on gloves. And she is letting us know how Jorge got in there. Wow. Damn.
This was up here. This was not this hard either. So this was like here.
Okay.
Right here.
About right there, ma'am?
Sure.
I assume this one was much closer? It's not over there? Where do you?
You asked me where I zipped it.
When you say that it was zipped shut, show us.
Are you talking about how I zipped it or?
When you're done zipping
With
it
the
shut
hole.
and he's inside of it, where are the zipper components?
Just tell me where it's at.
I mean, it was the corner. I mean, it's corner was cut open. I mean, it's not. Yes, this one was already pre-matched. Yeah. From what I can remember. That's how he was coming with his hand out. It was like this from the corner.
Okay. Thank you. You can return to your seat. Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position?
I did not.
So once he was zipped into there.
Hold on, I just made a mental note. Real quick. Joe Popowich. Brooks, I haven't been able to watch. What are they showing? Has BJ been forced to testify? No, they haven't sent her a subpoena or anything, and she said she's not going to. But Quentin's trial ended early, and it rolled over into Sarah Boon's. So that's where we're at. Anyone notice how that attorney threw that glove away? Jeez, he was like an NBA player ripping off a condom. He ripped that thing off and put it right into the damn trash.
There's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct? And then between there and that second video of the 22 seconds length, it's at this point where he's beginning to get angry. And then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is start poking him with the end of it.
Did you say this was the second video?
Between the two videos, that's when you started hitting with the bat because he was getting angry and trying to escape, correct?
Right, I was not hitting him, I was, yes.
Okay. Did you ever hit him with the bat while he was outside of the suitcase?
No.
So each time that he is hit with the bat, it's through this suitcase. And that's what leaves the marks on him, because you didn't hit him with the bat outside of the suitcase, correct?
Yes, if you'd like me to demonstrate.
No, that's okay. The suitcase will speak for itself. And then you take the second video and you go upstairs and go to bed, correct?
I apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep.
All right. And at the point in time when you left and went upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
Was he still asking for you and calling your name?
Not that I can recall.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem and it's on you again?
Don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No.
No other questions.
Any redirect examination?
Ms. Boon, he just asked you the question that you poked him and you didn't poke it. You poked, every time you poked him hard with the bat, he was inside the briefcase,
The suitcase, yes.
the suitcase. But you remember when he put his hand out, did you not hit him in the hand outside the suitcase?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the only time the bat touched Mr. Torres's body outside the suitcase.
Yes.
Was when you hit him with a hand. But all the other injuries were with you poking him pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you.
Ma'am, you can return to council's table.
Judge, can we approach you?
Just a moment. Let me get her situated at table and then we can approach. All right, come on up, y'all.
Well, they're muted again. Chrissy said she beat the F out of him when he was in there. I can tell you exactly. She probably did. We have spoke about this for a very, very long time. If you haven't seen the playlist, go check it out. The suitcase was turned upside down. You can't zip yourself up in a suitcase and it's upside down. She sent him sailing down the stairs. Now then, is it second-degree murder or not? That is the question. Rapper said, wait, she had a bat? Yeah, she had a bat.
Justice, you must not talk about this case face to face. You must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you for the balance of the evening, and thank you so much. Thank you. With regard to these medical records, the court previously today had required by 5 p.m. to address those. Unfortunately, they have not yet been addressed. It is imperative that the state knows what it is we're culling down or redacting. And I understand that you may want to be seeking those in evidence maybe tomorrow, and the state needs to be advised as to what it is that you're seeking to utilize. So where are we in figuring that out?
Can I have 1 minute with the client?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we've had discussions with Ms. Boon, and she claims that every time that he went to the hospital and the medical records would show that it was in relation to some type of domestic violence involving her, we've expressed to her that we do not wish to pursue it and introduce those records of George Torres, of his medical records of the different times he went as it relates to their difficulties. Do you understand that?
Okay. Ma'am, earlier we had discussed, anything else to add to that, Mr. Owens?
Just that I've explained to her that the lawyers make those decisions.
Okay.
And I believe she's in agreement now. We just wanted to get it on the record.
Understood. All right. So, ma'am, I just got a couple follow-up questions, similar to other conversations we've had over the last couple of days. I don't want to know about the specifics of any conversations you've had with you and your attorneys, just whether or not you've had them. You recall earlier today, I'd asked you questions about certain rights that you had the ability to decide. Do you recall that conversation that we had, ma'am? It was before you testified. Okay. Do you recall that I advised you that the lawyers get to make most of the strategy determinations at trial? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that you said you understood that?
Yes,
And do you also recall that I advised you of certain rights that you have? Do you recall that?
I do.
And one of those rights was the right to testify or remain silent. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you understand that?
Yes.
So this decision is a trial decision as to whether or not there's certain evidence that your lawyers are going to seek to utilize in your defense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that they are exercising that trial strategy at this time not to pursue those medical records?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any questions about that?
I don't.
Are you on board with that strategy?
I am.
Are you still on board with the strategy utilized in your defense?
All of it, yes.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. State, anything else we need to address before we
My
retire
understanding,
for the evening?
sorry,
That's okay.
my understanding is the last civilian witness they intend on calling is arriving at MCO at 9:03 in the morning tomorrow.
It was either 9:03 or 9:05, yes.
And plan will be to depose her in the evening at 5:30.
Okay.
Then, just scheduling purposes, we're trying to figure out when we would need our rebuttal expert, Dr. Werner, to appear.
I know Mr. Owens had said they were endeavoring to finish by Friday, but I don't know if Dr. Harper's availability issues for tomorrow is going to change that anticipated timeframe.
I'll try to reach out to her by text. That's usually how we communicate. But
Well, assuming she testifies on Thursday, are you still in a position to rest on Friday, or would that kick us to the next week, sir?
well, no, I want to finish this week if at all possible. If I'm hoping that Dr. Harper could be here tomorrow when Dr. Brandon is here, but let's just say she's tied up in
Let's do worst case scenario.
Okay. She's here Thursday morning. I think we would try to finish our case right then and give the state a chance to rebut. I would say Thursday. I would have.
Tim, my understanding is our expert can't be here in the afternoon on Thursday. I'm gonna have to check her availability for Friday.
If you would be so kind, and we can address that tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else, state? Anything else from the defense? All right, the court will be in recess till, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just to give everybody some scheduling, this might help everyone's schedule. There are going to be 2 officers here in the morning who are going to be ready to testify. There will also be some other witnesses, officers, like the detective who testified, that I need to call back because of some impeachment issues of one of the witnesses. And then we'll get into everybody else's witnesses. So there's about 3 or 4 that I have in the morning time that we'll be proceeding on. Then we'll go from there.
Okay, all right, appreciate the lay of the land. All right, we will see you all. That's what, one more, Mr. Owens. Yes, sir.
This flying in from New Jersey, I think, is Wednesday at 9 a.m. I think the flight, she's scheduled to fly out Thursday at 9 a.m. So if there's any way we could depose her, maybe in the morning or at lunch, and then have her testify Wednesday afternoon.
That's an unreasonable demand on our time, given everything I've been doing to make sure that we can get this pushed through. I need to do things like get ready for expert cross-examinations and other things need to get accomplished at lunchtime. Happy to do it in the evening. My understanding that she was supposed to be coming in today so that we could do it tonight, and that didn't happen. But I don't think I should be forced to accommodate a lunchtime deposition.
Anything further?
I'm just telling you what our plans were.
Deposition will be at, 5:30 tomorrow, or at any other, if we got to have it later, depending on how we go. We'll address it at that time. All right, thank you both very much. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Court's in recess.
May I say that I absolutely adore this judge. When he says we're taking a 15-minute break, he means it. You get your Cheetos, you take a piss, and you get right back. No dilly-dallying. Don't talk my ear off. Nothing like that. And he always runs his courtroom that way. Every time. When he says, all right, we're starting court at 9 o'clock. There's no, oh, well, traffic's bad. We got to wait on a few jurors. He's like, no. Either we're having this shit or we're not. Either we're doing it or we're not. Well, of course, the thumbnail is for Quentin. Did not realize that old Sarah was taking the stand today. But we got to see that as well. So now I know tomorrow people are going to come in and they're going to say, Sarah's on the stand. Sarah's on the stand. So we will catch up on Sarah's trial during lunch tomorrow for Quentin. So you all have a great rest of your evening. Thank you for being absolutely amazing, amazing people. But not just people. Thank you for being my friends. I'll see you back here tomorrow morning.